conference today, and while it appears they are ready to stay put at number 12, team owner Jerry Jones said today, quote, "We're looking at two things that could happen before or after the draft, two pretty substantial trades been working on today." Well, the Pistons even up their series with the Knicks, stealing Game 2 in New York, while the Clippers managed to split with the Nuggets. Tonight, we have 3 Game 2s.
SportsCenter brought to you by Centergenics. Book your appointment at fixmylowteam.com.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Taco Tuesday?
It is Taco Tuesday, I guess.
Taco Tuesday!
Actually, I had a taco for lunch.
Did you really?
I did. So I got my taco fix out of the way.
Dairy Queen?
No, it wasn't Dairy Queen. Actually, it was Las Palapas today.
Oh, nice.
Stopped in there.
Soft,
and,
crunchy?
Crunchy.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't do soft. Got to be crunchy.
What do you mean you don't do soft?
Well, breakfast tacos, right, are soft.
Yeah.
But when you're talking tacos, they got to be crunchy. I mean, soft tacos really, even though they call it a taco, there's a reason they say soft in front of it.
Well, it's because the tortilla, sir.
Well, I'm just
but
saying.
It's still a taco.
It's not a taco.
It is a taco.
It's a breakfast taco.
Unless it's not.
Even if you have
a fajita taco?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a good breakfast taco.
But if you go and get fajitas somewhere for dinner and you put it in a tortilla and you make yourself a fajita taco, although most people don't call it fajita tacos, you just have them fajitas. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is my point. Exactly. It's not a taco.
Here we go.
You do tacos the way you do tacos, and I'll do them the way I do them.
Anybody tried those new shrimp tacos at Taco Cabana?
I'm not doing that.
Well, I know you're not. That's why I'm asking somebody out there in the listening audience.
You know,
that have a
which is a good
palate
point.
Higher than a 6th grader.
Yeah, you go to California, and there's fish tacos everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
What don't you get?
Fish tacos.
Yes. It's another way to eat fish.
I don't get it. You combine seafood with Mexican food. It just doesn't.
I realize a lot of Mexican food is kind of based out of the sea.
Really?
Yeah,
like fajitas and
a lot of
ground beef,
a
chicken,
a lot of
cheese.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think here.
Mexican
the Mexican plate I had today had no seafood on it at all.
Well, you can. I said a lot of it is based on the sea, although not all of it. But
very small percent.
Mexican food is not just enchiladas and tacos.
Well, it should be.
It should be.
I don't fish.
You don't eat fish.
If you're into fish tacos, good for you. Can't help it. Can't help you.
Well, there's nothing wrong with fish tacos. I'm not a fan of fish tacos, but I am a fan of shrimp tacos. I just don't know. Like, I was at Taco Cabana about a week ago, and the lady was like, "Do you want to try the shrimp taco?" And I was like, "Kind of, but not today." Well, why not?
She probably gets.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. What's your incentive for pushing these fish tacos?
Did she tell you?
No. No, she just said they're good. You'll like them. I said, "But you had one." She said, "Not yet."
So, but she knows
how do
they're
you
good.
know?
Yeah.
Like, well, everybody says.
Yeah.
But she doesn't. They're kind of spicy, and I was like, "We're gonna get it without the spicy stuff." And she's like, "Well, sure," which is the way I would have to get it.
I won't be doing a shrimp taco, so there you go.
All right. Well, I might.
Not happening.
Not today, though. Not today. There are lots to get into today.
Wow, there really is.
There's so much going on today.
Imagine Jerry Jones making some news.
You were going to start with Jerry. I was going to start with the most ridiculous fine in NBA history that got handed down today.
There's that, too. And the problem is, whoever handed that fine down, wouldn't you investigate to see if that's actually true? I mean, wouldn't you?
Say that again. Sorry, Pledge was talking in my
He
ear.
was in my ear too, but I'm just saying, if wouldn't you investigate what Ant said and see if what he said was true or not? It seems to me you ought to do some investigating before you find the dude. If he's just speaking the truth to the fan, then
Well, there's no way that Ant knows that he would win that argument. There's no way of him knowing that in the moment in which he said, although you can assume all kinds of things. I just think you can't say that. You know, talking about 200, 300 million is one thing, but talking about size, apparently you can't say to a fan sitting courtside.
well, apparently not. All I'm saying is Ant must be pretty confident that he would win that battle.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you're going to go for that and say mine's bigger than yours, then you got to be pretty confident.
Yes.
Was a pretty ridiculous fine, though.
$50,000 for that.
Well, and the fans started it. I mean, it wasn't Ant that.
It's always the second guy that gets in trouble. Always. The second guy that gets in trouble. I have no idea.
That was ridiculous.
And there is so much to talk about today. You're right. Jerry Jones does make a lot of news. The Cowboys pre-draft press conference. Different than in years past. The idea, and I said this yesterday, I don't know why Schottenheimer shows up. He'll get to say 8 words. I was wrong because he talked a lot. In fact, Jane Slater tweeted out, never heard a head coach talk that much in a pre-draft presser. Surprising. And the more you listen to Schottenheimer, the more confident you have as him as a coach. He sounds very coach-like, even though it's taken him a long time to get the head coaching position and have this role. But we talked about this when he got the job. Pledge probably more than anybody on this station, talking about all his press conferences and Pledge spending all the time breaking down the audio. He certainly does command a room and communicates very clearly. But I was stunned at how much he actually said today during the press conference. Normally, this is the Jerry show. Will McClay gets a little, Stephen Jones gets a little, Jerry, and then your head coach is like, yeah, hey, I'm over here. Head coach. Yeah, nobody cares. That wasn't the case today. Another Jane Slater tweet, again, in pretty, what's the word I'm looking for, consistent with a lot of the media that were there, or if you were watching it. She said, Cowboys have a clear vision in their collaboration on the draft. We've had some wacky pressers ahead of the draft, but that was about as on the rails as it's ever been, according to Jane Slater. And I was thinking, you can't word it better than what she just did. She's spot on.
Sure. It was great. How does that help you come September?
I mean, we'll find out. But it feels like there's a plan. It feels like, now, do we have an idea? You could throw spaghetti on the wall and, yep, the best player available that's going to fill the need. Schottenheimer did talk about speed, so maybe you lean Golden. But the idea that it feels like everybody is on the same page, you don't always get that with the Dallas Cowboys. In fact, you rarely get that. Steven will say something, Schotty might say something, and then here comes Jerry.
Well, now I will say, and we're going to hear from Steven coming up, but there was a little bit of a disagreement on Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
When it comes to daddy and son.
Yeah.
A little bit of a disagreement.
Yeah. A little bit.
Little bit.
Little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So we'll see.
Micah Parsons. Now, Jerry did say that they are working on some trades. And we know Jerry loves to trade around the draft.
2 pretty substantial trades was his quote.
Could one of those
Micah Parsons?
Yeah, I was just going to say, could Micah actually be on the trade block?
Huh. Yes, he should be.
Should be.
He should be. You ought to be kicking the tires on it, if nothing else, and calling teams and saying, you know, what if Micah Parsons was available? Would you be interested in that?
Now,
Dan Quinn?
Wow.
Or, I don't know, Sean Payton or Cleveland Browns.
I know that Jerry is very aware of what happened with Luka. In fact, he even told the story about how apparently he's friends with Luka in the family, and his wife, Jean, is a diehard Maverick fan. And in his words, cried when Luka was traded. Jerry won't make that same mistake with Mike. And if you were to trade him, you know you're getting a haul in return.
Well, that's just it. I mean, that's the biggest problem with that. Trading Luka was one thing, but then not getting much for him or getting an aging veteran who's hurt all the time. That's kind of the problem. So, look, I don't think they're going to trade Micah, but I want to know, if you're talking about Jerry saying 2 pretty substantial trades, it's got to be somebody you know, doesn't it? Somebody that's got a name on that football team.
Yeah, but it's Jerry. It might be
Trayvon Diggs.
It might be a couple of 6 for a 4th.
Well,
I mean, it's Jerry. Again, Jerry is the one guy who would spill the tea. But at the same time, you can't believe anything these guys say this time of year.
I've never heard Jerry say that, and I was fascinated. Ed Werder tweeted this out today. 72 draft day trades since 1989. I had no idea that Cowboys have made that many draft day trades.
Trader Jerry.
So I guess it's not unusual. Now, not all of them are blockbusters, but I was very surprised with that number.
He's a wheeler and a dealer. That's what he likes to do.
Yeah, sure.
But, define.
Unless it costs him money.
Well, define what a substantial trade is, right? I mean, are we talking Micah Parsons level? That would be substantial.
Sure. Well, if you were talking, and I don't think this would happen because of the injury, but a Trayvon Diggs, I think, would fit into that category. I mean, I could think of maybe I'm trying to think of some other players that might fit into that category, but
if you can find a trade partner for Diggs, find it.
Well, of course, but you're not going to because of his injury issues, and that's the problem. But the Cowboys are stuck with him if you can't deal him, and they're stuck with him.
And again, define what is a substantial trade. I mean, we all thought we knew what all in was until.
Your definition of what is all in and mine might not be the same thing.
He might be thinking getting an extra 5th-round pick is substantial.
Could be, or just, refilling that 4th round.
So we'll see. We'll hear from Jerry and Steven and the crew coming up, but what a night last night in the NBA playoffs. Did you stay up and watch hockey last night?
No hockey.
The Dallas Stars game. Holy cow. The Washington game in overtime. Holy cow. That was good hockey last night.
Denver Clipper game was pretty damn good, too.
Yeah, there's
that,
that,
too.
too.
And watch that?
Yeah.
There's hope for us Nugget fans. Hope for us Nugget fans.
And what is that?
Well, it took an unbelievable effort from number 2, and they still barely pulled that thing out. And Joker was about as bad as he can be.
Yeah, he was. He was not good last night. At least not scoring.
I think he had a triple-double, but still, he had a bunch of turnovers. He just wasn't the polished Joker that we're used to seeing. So there's hope still.
We'll see.
For us Nugget fans.
Let's talk about what we saw last night. What we can expect tonight in the NBA playoffs as we continue here on the Blitz, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's going to audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-383-7733. That's 800-383-7733.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hunger striking, snack time calling, it's crunch time. Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds brings you the boldest protein-packed crunch you can't resist with mouth-watering flavors like hot honey, sweet barbecue, and sea salt and cracked black pepper. Why settle for chips when you can level up your snacking game? Plus, they're low-carb, high-protein, and made for adventurous appetites. Score big flavor today. Grab Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds at H-E-B. Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
He's Joe Reinagel, Nuggets fan. I'm Jason Minix, Spurs fan. It is The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You know, sometimes we forget. Like, we do a show for 4 hours every day, Monday through Friday, 20 hours a week.
Right.
And we realize you people don't listen 20 hours a week. So we say something and we remember what the inside joke is, but you might be like, what the hell did he just say and why? Like a guy that just tweeted Reinagel, how the hell are you a Nuggets fan?
Exactly. I responded to the guy. I said, look, it's a joke because there's a guy that plays for the Clippers that I despise. And so in this particular series, I'm a Nuggets fan. I'm hoping that they knock off the guy I despise and he can go on vacation and have a nice day.
Tyler Chance on Twitter, Aggie TC12. How the hell is Ryan a Nugget and a Titans fan?
So, Tyler, that's how. As far as the Titans fan, most people know this, I would think, that listen to us on a regular basis. I grew up a Houston Oilers fan and just followed the team to Tennessee because at that time it was all the same guys.
Yeah.
So you just kind of stay with it. Now, my allegiance to the Titans is certainly not like my allegiance to, say, the St. Louis Cardinals. That's a little deeper. But, you know, and I cover the Cowboys for a living. So,
yes,
you kind of got to figure out what they're doing if you can.
That's it. Although, my goodness, Thursday night, although you could probably do it right now, order yourself that Cam Ward at Titans jersey.
Absolutely. Well, I can't do that because somebody told me a valuable lesson doing that. If Cam Ward stays there forever, great. But if he doesn't, he ends up playing for, I don't know, Pittsburgh 5 years from now, then you don't want to have that Cam Ward jersey.
See, now, normally I always say, only buy a Legends jersey.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, I've known Cam Ward for so long. I'm so happy for him. I wouldn't wear a Cam Ward jersey, but I might get one and put it on the wall after he signs it for me, which you could do. But you are a Titan fan, and you know this kid.
I know.
And so that makes it a little bit different.
Well, I may do it.
You know what?
What number does Cam wear?
One.
All right.
Do the Titans have a one?
I got a Vince Young jersey.
Yeah, just rip that zero right off.
I could do that.
I mean, it's one of those things.
Well, I'd have to change the name on the back, too. It says Young.
You rip that right off, too.
I don't know how.
Actually, maybe, you know what?
Maybe Sammy could sew Ward on for me.
No, Sammy could do all that. But what and somebody out there might know the answer to this or get a hold of Richard Duran or somebody over at UIW. If I'm UIW, I'm selling everything Cam Ward I can because UIW is getting credited with developing what is going to be the first overall pick in the draft. Now, I'm listening to this guy that's in for Rich Eisen this week. What the hell was his name? Brian Weber or something like that? This guy, that's a tough listen, I got to be honest with you. But I'm listening to him today. Now, he says he's a Clippers insider, so that's about all you need to know.
Clippers insider.
Now, he did tell the story about the dude that you can't stand that makes all the sense in the world, but he's trying to explain Cam Ward, and he's clueless.
What
right?
does Cam Ward have to do with being a Clippers
No.
insider?
Well, I mean, but he was like, it's the draft and this guy Cam Ward, and I'm sure you know the Cam Ward story. I'm a big Catholic guy. I've never even heard of this school somewhere in Texas that he's from. And I'm like, wait a minute. I take offense to that. Somewhere in Texas is San Antonio, and it's the University of Incarnate Word. It's the Cardinals, and they developed them. But it is interesting the amount of attention that UIW has been getting and will continue to get. I hope over there off Broadway they're paying attention and trying to capitalize, if anything, just to help their NIL fund.
Well, and I don't understand. Just because you're Catholic doesn't mean you know every Catholic school in the country.
Well, apparently this guy went to all kinds of Catholic schools, and it's like a big deal. And he made it seem like, dude, I know everything there is about this religion in all the schools, and I don't even know where this place is. And I'm thinking,
that doesn't even make any sense.
Exactly. I was
pretty much.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get me to yell at the radio, and I did that today driving in. Like, who the hell is this guy? Although he did tell the story about Joe's favorite former Spur.
Yeah.
We don't say his name.
Number 2.
And apparently this guy, Clippers insider, that was in for Rich Eisen today, he said that dude's got a deal with Ballmer that he kind of does what he wants when he wants, as long as he's ready for the playoffs. And even with that, working with his own team off to the side, comes to practice when he wants to come to practice, can take as many load management days as he needs as long as he's ready for the playoffs. And the Clipper insider today that was on while Rich Eisen is traveling to Green Bay said that even then, you just can't count on this guy to be ready to go for an entire postseason. You can get games like you had last night, But you think you're going to get that every night, and if you do, you're crazy.
Well, and you didn't get that in game one. I mean, the guy was a turnover machine in game one. So, yeah, I mean, the guy's talented. There's no question about that. I'll give him that. And when he's on, he's on. But with him scoring 39 points last night and the Clippers escaping with a win in perhaps Joker's worst game that I've seen him play, just from a turnover standpoint and from a just his head up his behind standpoint at times, Joker was not Joker last night. He did have a triple-double, don't get me wrong. I mean, you can look at that and call me crazy, and that's fine. But there were a lot of things that Joker did that Joker doesn't normally do last night.
No, but fun game. Both games last night were great. And so was the hockey. Last night's why you have to have multiple TVs in your living room or be at a place like the Root Pub, because there was just so much going on. The hockey was fantastic. So was the basketball. We'll stay with basketball because Joe doesn't know hockey was on.
No, it really didn't. And
Stars got a big win last night.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good. Woo.
Big. In overtime.
Yay.
Thriller.
Woo.
Detroit. You know, you see certain things and you go, how can that be? But apparently Detroit's win last night snapped a 15-game playoff losing streak.
The dates, I believe, if I'm correct on this, all the way back to 2008.
At least it doesn't start with a 9 or 1, a 1-9,
Right.
19, because it feels that way.
2008. That's miserable. And so, as a Spurs fan, I feel a little bit better about 7 years. It's wow. That's crazy. Look, Detroit's a good team, and New York, the Knicks are pretenders, man. They always are. There's no way you can count on those guys. And I think Detroit's going to win that series. Now, how far they go in the playoffs after that, who knows? But I think they're going to beat the Knicks.
I don't know. I think about game one. I look at game two. Jalen Brunson put on his Superman cape late last night, but he didn't have a whole lot of help. I still like the Knicks in this series. I think it's going to go probably a little bit longer than most do. But Detroit did get a massive monkey on their back. And, you know, it's one because you realize, all right, they haven't won a series in a long time. And the Spurs haven't won a playoff series in a long time. But to win a playoff game, like, all right, we got in and got swept. Like, there is such a difference in just winning a game, let alone winning a series. We'll see. Tonight, hopefully we get better than what we had the other night. Milwaukee and Indy, Dame Lillard is back tonight for game two. Will be interesting to see what his conditioning level is like. Memphis, OKC is a 50-point burger, a 50-burger in game one.
Is there any reason to believe it won't be something like that again? Memphis is just a train wreck. I mean, they really are. They're just out of sorts.
Yeah. I don't know. But you'll be able to listen to that game here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star right after the Blitz at 6 o'clock.
No, I should say it's going to be a hell of a game. Tune it in and don't leave. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be a company man.
Dude, you know, the reality is we're always honest here.
We are.
It's like talking about the guy that was in for Rich. That was tough. Tonight's game, I mean, when they put the schedule together, they probably thought, man, this is going to be a good series. Ja Morant, the MVP. This is going to be – it was a blowout in game one.
Yeah.
I don't know. T-Wolves Lakers tonight.
Big game for the Lakers,
dude,
obviously.
Lakers have to win tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they'll be in big trouble if they don't. They're going to win tonight.
They are. Do we have this ready? Is this good? Can we play it? You got all the bleeps out of it?
Let's hope so.
I mean,
he doesn't look real confident.
I mean, this is kind of shaky.
He doesn't look confident, but that's okay.
Ant is $50,000 lighter. One of the most bizarre finds that you'll see in the NBA. The fact that you get this from Shams earlier today, and you go, did he get hacked again? The NBA fining Anthony Edwards $50,000 for his, quote, my bleep bigger than yours comments to the Lakers crowd Saturday night. You're like, you're kidding, right? But he did get fined, and he did say that. Could you make that out?
Not really. But I mean, the bottom line is, Anthony Edwards said, mine is bigger than yours.
Mm-hmm.
And he grabbed his crotch while he was doing it.
He did.
So you can take it from there as to what he meant. But, yeah.
I mean,
he used the word that starts with a D.
Yeah. And there was no Richard around. So when you look at and no ruler for that matter.
That's the problem. How does the NBA fine this man $50,000?
But
when he was just speaking the truth, perhaps.
Perhaps. See, we don't know. But was it the words or the grabbing of his crotch gesture? Even though the NBA fine letter says you can't say that, but the grabbing part, I could see them saying, dude, you can't do that. Like, only people around that area heard you, but everybody saw in the arena saw you do that, and it's on video. You can't do that. I don't know. But they didn't say that in the fine letter.
Dude, you can do that, and they do it in baseball all the time.
They're scratching. That's an adjustment.
Just the cup.
That's an adjustment. When you're barking at somebody and you make that gesture, it means something completely different.
See, look, I like that because you're in a hostile environment, right? And the fans are playfully joking. I didn't hear any fan say anything derogatory or anything like that. So they were just playing around, and Ant was playing right back. And he was talking about how much money that somebody made that this other guy didn't make. And to me, that's funny. And then he said, mine's bigger than yours. And I think that's funny. And if it's clean, if nobody's saying anything too offensive, then I don't see a problem with it.
The NBA's soft. I mean, that's a ridiculous reason to get fined. I agree with you there because first he was measuring bank accounts, 200 million, 200 million, 300 million, and mine is bigger than yours. Sit down.
And by the way, this was in the pregame warm-ups. It was not during the game.
Yeah.
So this was not because somebody says, kids could be around, and I'm sure they could have been. But, at some point in time.
The kids are saying that, too, in the fourth grade.
At some point in time, yeah. And I've heard parents with little kids say things worse than that.
Yeah.
But so it would have been better to say, my Richard's bigger than yours.
You can't say that.
Why not?
I don't know. It's not the same. I think
it's really not.
I got to believe, and they didn't say this, the gesture had to be more.
The grabbing of the crotch.
Yeah.
I got you.
I mean,
perhaps.
It's like double birds, right? I mean, I can say F you, but if I flip you off, you get fined, right? There's a difference. I think even though the NBA didn't say that in their fine letter, I got to believe it was more the gesture than anything else.
No, I thought it was fine.
I don't know. It's one of those things. Jerry Jones and company at a press conference today talking about the draft, and by all accounts, they're on point. They're all on the same page. It was a very un-Cowboy-like pre-draft press conference. Let's get into it. Coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, it's Draft Day Eve. We'll talk about the latest mocks, who's going where.
Can't take my eyes off the countdown clock, but I'll watch some basketball. 3 games in the league. We'll get you caught up on all the games. Get up early. Party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Folks, right now is the ideal time to get ready for the summer season with the Quarter Moon AC $58.99 preseason special. It's a real home run. You'll have your AC ready before the summer heat hits. We'll inspect your AC's indoor and outdoor coils, filters, temperature levels, and make sure you're ready for the summer heat, all just for $58.99. So when your AC is warming up, Quarter Moon comes in like a heavy hitter.
Hey, batter, I'm going to give it some heat.
651-5899.
License number TACLA 141074EM16004.
It's time for the herd you love. It's time for professional spring football. Your San Antonio Brahmas are back, bringing you more of the action, the celebration, and the unforgettable moments you love. Join us for the Viva Fiesta Viva Brahmas home opener this Sunday, April 27th at 2 p.m. Bring the energy to the Alamo Dome as your San Antonio Brahmas take on the Houston Roughnecks. Get your tickets today at UFLbrahmas.com. That's UFLbrahmas.com. Brahmas.com for tickets. Our town, our team, our herd.
Guys over 40, tired of feeling tired? Testosterone therapy by Synergenics is the answer. This April, the consultation is free. Treatment covered by most major insurance. Don't wait for online meds. Walk into their clinic, see a provider, feel great today. Book now at fixmylowt.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text MANAGE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text MANAGE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text MANAGE to 200-300. That's MANAGE to 200-300. MANAGE to 200-300.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and a commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Texas.
Hey, listen up, San Antonio. Multiple tours overseas, long nights monitoring cyber activity, years of protecting the country. It all adds up at University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn up to 90 credits for prior learning, military experience, and training. We call that credit where credit is due. Whether you're active duty and looking at what's next, or a veteran looking for something new, our degrees and certificate programs teach the application of emerging technologies and enduring life skills. So get started on a degree or certificate with personalized local support services and online and hybrid courses right here in San Antonio. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee through May 30th. Visit UMGC at San Antonio or umgc.edu/SATX.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're watching on YouTube, appreciate that. You can always go watch on the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search San Antonio Sports Star. It's very, very easy. He is Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Munnix. You can also watch us do this like in person Thursday at the Rue Pub, 281 and Redland Road. That is where we are going to be as we get ready for the first round of the NFL Draft.
That's going to be a lot of fun out there, and no better place to be for that than the Rue Pub. Looking forward to it because who knows what's going to happen. Always drama in the first round of the draft, and no reason to believe there won't be this year.
And again, I think the Titans are set on number one. In fact, you know, Cam Ward's dad posted a photo today on Facebook, him and Cam and the family on a private jet heading to Green Bay.
Nice.
To get out there early.
Did it have a Titans logo on it?
It did not. In fact, didn't look like there was a whole lot of room on that jet. You know, I guess once he gets that first overall pick money, he'll get a bigger plane. But they're already there. Cowboys today, they held their pre-draft press conference, something that a lot of teams did a week ago. But as it stands right now, and by all accounts, from what I watched of it and other reporters that were there, very on the same page, it seemed, from everybody that was talking today. But you look at Jerry Jones saying their draft board with all their grades, it is set.
Me, I'd like for Will to speak to it. We've yet to put the board up. I'm going to invite you all back here after this to shoot a shot of the board.
He's joking. It's done.
But seriously, and Will, if you don't mind, I'd like to include Will here in terms of generally where you think the board is relative to the players.
I think, every draft is different. So we're going to have a certain number of players that we consider as first-round players. And those guys that will come into contention, whether we move back or not, that will depend on the depth of the draft, how we graded those players and the decision from the decision makers.
The thing that I've noticed the most, we haven't put the board up, really. Haven't, but it's going up quick. And trust me, all the bones are there and ready to stick up there. But still, it has impressed me with the depth that there is in some of these positions, and we're not just thinking that because they're at that 12 spot.
Well, he's got to be talking about running back and wide receiver. It seems like those are the biggest, at least early on anyway. There's a lot of folks to choose from.
And again, every draft, do you go fill a need or best player available? Or best player available that fills a need? And that's kind of what Jerry is talking about this year.
Yes. And that's not different type thinking, Kevin, at all.
Would you say there is as many options available for you or because of that as there has been probably over the last 4 or 5 years?
Can I ask you a question about your question? Are you saying we have a few needs? Okay. I thought you were. And yes. In answer to your question, yes.
Yeah. Best player available that fills a need.
Absolutely.
Bingo.
It's got to be that. Because they do have a lot of needs, a lot of holes to fill. They're thinking, anyway, from the draft. So, look, wide receiver, it looks like it's going to be Matthew Golden. If they stay at 12, it looks like Golden's going to be a Dallas Cowboy. I mean, I feel pretty safe in assuming that.
Well, and I know I said yesterday don't expect to hear much from Schotty because you never do at these things. Between, Garrett and McCarthy, I think collectively in all of their draft press conferences, they said as much as Schottenheimer said today. I was surprised how much Brian Schottenheimer talked today. And you hear him and you feel like, all right, maybe this guy does know what he's doing. And Schotty talked about his draft process.
The biggest thing is just to be open and honest, to create a format, which we certainly have done, where there was open dialogue and there was great communication. And at the end of the day, you want conviction. That's what you want. You want when you decide, hey, this is the player we're going to select. You want to be convicted by what's the vision for the player. That's part of our responsibility as a staff to answer some of those questions. But at the end of the day, the systems on both sides of the ball and special teams will be flexible enough to adjust. And at the end of the day, when we line up to play our first game, there's going to be 11 players out there, and whoever the best players are going to be the ones that play.
Coach Speak, he's got it down.
That's great.
We're going to go with all 11, huh?
I'm happy that all 11 are going to be the best out there instead of, mix and match.
Wow.
That's nice, Schotty. Good job. You're right. He does know what he's doing.
He does. I mean, he knows that he needs 11 good players.
Out there, yes.
Yeah, whether it's special teams, defense, or offense. Now, again, I'm thinking at this point Golden. But this is going to be a special pick for the Cowboys and for Brian Schottenheimer because it's his first pick as a head coach.
Well, I mean, it's a big step, but I wouldn't say that it's a symbolic moment for me. We're going to add great players throughout this entire draft, and it doesn't end after the draft ends. We're going to find and continue to keep looking under every stone to find guys that fit into what we want to do as a culture and what adds value to our team. But I know one thing. Whoever we add on Thursday night, it will be through tremendous amounts of hard work from the top down, from Jerry, Stephen, Will, Mitch, Chris Vaughn, the entire scouting department, the coaches, and it will be someone that's going to make the Cowboys fans proud.
Cry.
Wow.
You're going to make us proud.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
I mean, it's comical. He's got coach speak down. It better be an impact player. That's what it needs to be. If they actually pick at 12. Because in typical Jerry Jones fashion, press conference over, the walk and talk. And during the walk and talk, he said they're working on a couple of substantial trades. Working on them now. In fact, the press conference started later. You might assume that maybe they were on a phone call talking about a potential trade. And Stephon Gilmore walks through. Yeah, we're not interested in him. He's just hanging out. I have no idea why Gilmore was there, but immediately, but could they be working on something substantial?
Well, I mean, they could be. That's what Jerry says, and that's what everybody's talking about, is that particular quote from Jerry Jones today. It could happen before the draft. He says it could happen after the draft. But two pretty substantial trades that he's been working on today. I mean, I don't know. And again, you brought up a good example of the all-in thing. What Jerry says, what he means might not. We might not think the same way. But when I hear substantial trades, that's not just a fourth-round pick for a second-round pick. I mean, that's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's got to be a player that we know.
Well, I mean, Pledge immediately jumps to a Jalen Ramsey. Fair assumption. But I look at his contract and think, probably not. Although possible. Could Micah be dealt to get a big haul in return since you don't have a deal done? And, you go back several weeks and you think, all right, well, they're getting close. Then you listen to Stephen Jones today, and apparently they're not close.
I just think it inherently comes with the territory. I mean, you look around the league, and most of these players who are getting these very top contracts, it does take time to ultimately get there. And believe me, if we could sign Micah to a number we wanted to sign him to, we'd do it right now. But
$10.
Right now, there's a difference in what we feel like is the right number and what he feels like is the right number.
Well, again,
what they feel like is the right number and what he feels like is the right number.
See,
I can't wait for Micah to tweet about that.
Well, see, but what gets me there is you know what the number is. You know exactly what the number is. It's Micah Parsons. He's, considered the best at what he does. Now, I have to believe it's not just the numbers, because Steven's not stupid. He knows what the numbers are. And if they're trying to get Micah to take less than that, because after all, Micah said that he would. He'd have to be the highest paid player in the league.
And he does play for the Dallas Cowboys. That adds value.
Well, sure, you're going to a star on your helmet and all that. It's got to be something else or a mixture of all of the above. But, again, it looks like we're in for a long summer when it comes to Micah Parsons and a new deal if he remains a Dallas Cowboy.
Now, let's go with that. He is going to be a Dallas Cowboy. And you said long summer. Steven knows, well, his number and our number, they're not the same. And I don't know. Because Jerry seems to be overly confident that Micah will not hold out.
Nothing. That's not the right answer you're looking for, but the facts are the contracts are clear what happens. And so, but you do have holdouts, and it's a plus that was bargained. That goes on between the players and the teams. And I know you don't need that kind of history lesson, but my point is, you have some. We had it with Martin, and Martin held out. And one way to look at it was we got him, and we had a hell of a year with Martin on that 1 year.
Sure.
But we also spent $8 million that we'd love to have the next year to go get another player, extra.
Extra.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, and Jerry talks tough. He did the same thing with C.D. Lamb when it comes to a contract. Contracts are specific. If you hold out, you're going to get fined. There's nothing the team can do about it anymore, right? So, contract is a contract, but typically Jerry will cave.
Jerry will, although, and as Steven pointed out today, it's not always on the team. You guys always get mad at us for not getting it done, but sometimes it's on that damn player.
I think you're right on it. I mean, that's exactly what happens. And a lot of times representatives of these players do want to wait. And they think the longer they wait, the market goes up. And, I will say this. A lot of times we want to not do a player a year earlier because we want to make sure because you only get to choose a handful of guys that are going to make these big numbers. I mean, there's, maybe as much as a half a dozen guys max that can really, make an inordinate amount of money. And you want to make sure if you're limited to 5 or 6 of these guys that you pick the right 5 or 6 in terms of, who you choose. And at the same time, the representatives want to wait and make sure he gets the optimal amount of money that he can get for the players. So, it's just not perfect, but it's part of it. And there's a lot of teams that have players that wait till the bitter end to sign that go on and have a great year. And then there's other teams that sign a player late and maybe don't have the type of year they had hoped to have.
I find that interesting. And while he was talking, I keep thinking about Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Trey waiting for a Micah contract? Or would Micah, I don't know, be waiting for a Trey contract? And I don't think Trey Hendrickson's going to make more than Jamar Chase. Certainly not with Cincinnati anyway. But I just wonder, is that part of the holdup? Or I mean, what he said makes sense. Representatives, some players want to wait and see what else happens before this happens. And he's right. Look, we always blame Jerry Jones for this. It's not always Jerry's fault. It's not. Unless Jerry just opens it to take what you want. I mean, it's not always Jerry's fault. The players have to play as well.
Well, but again, though, how much negotiation is really going on? And we know, and hell, Steven has said it as much, there's value of being a Dallas Cowboy, and we all know that. You're in Texas, so your taxes are different. They use all of that in their negotiating period.
Sure.
But Steven said today, the number we're at and the number Micah wants, that's not the same. Jerry talked today about we know the years, we know the guarantees, it's about the number. And as we sit today, Jerry doesn't feel like he needs to budge on that number. The sad part is we know that he will. He always seems to budge on that number in these situations. He did with Zach, he did with Dak, he did with C.D. Lamb. He will with Micah. Micah will get the number that he's waiting for, even though Micah has said multiple times that he doesn't have to be the highest paid and he doesn't have to. It's negotiating time. He's going to be. And unless Jerry teased a trade. Now, we all know that there's always conversations about different trades that never go through. When you look at and you talk to some of these executives, the amount of trades that they actually talk about versus the ones that actually get done is kind of crazy when you think about just how much work goes into a trade that never materializes. But if you get a phone call or you make a phone call, you owe it to yourself to go through the process and see if you can get a deal done. It's, who knows? The fact that Jerry's talking about not one but two substantial, his words, trades 2 days before the draft is a little surprising. Now, we know Jerry likes to make draft day deals. He's proven that. But to talk about him this far out?
Jerry's not stupid.
Yeah.
He's not. He threw that out for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody's thinking exactly like we are. Whoa, does that mean Micah? He said substantial. Could Micah be on the trade? Are they talking a trade for Micah? And it's going to get back to him. What do you think Micah's thinking at this point in time? Wait a minute. What did he just say? Is he talking about me? Or who's he talking about? Because, again, Jerry says things sometimes that he means something completely different than the rest of us. But when you're talking about two substantial trades, that's not just trading draft picks in my mind, and I don't think it's in yours or anybody else's mind. that you're just talking about draft picks. So Jerry threw that out for a reason. Now, if he's trying to get to Micah, fine. He's trying to get I don't know who he's trying to get to, but he's getting to him.
Maybe that guy in Cleveland that talked about his Cleveland Browns sources saying they were making a trade for Dak.
Whoa!
I don't know.
Dude, we'd all have to apologize.
Here we go!
To that dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Hell, even if one of these great quarterbacks falls to the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones is going to not take it. He's going to pass on all quarterbacks in this draft. He said, we how were his words? Substantial investment into Dak Prescott.
Yes, it is. Extremely substantial and extremely stupid.
You think I'm an idiot?
Yes. When it comes to Dak Prescott, Mr. Jones, yes.
Again, the draft, round 1, Thursday night. The Blitz is going to be live out at the Rue Pub, 281 and Redland Road, because you know if there is any big game, any big event on television, you know the place to be is the Rue Pub there at 281 and Redland Road with those 3 massive 170-inch screens, TVs all around. And when you get into the Rue Pub, go hungry. You know the food is fantastic. They got the biggest and best wings in town. I love their fried shrimp. They got about 15 different burgers on the menu, including the original Wemby burger. They also have that great bison burger. Great appetizers, great salads, and that kitchen is open late every day with the full menu available. So when you need a late-night meal, don't go to a drive-thru. Get into the Rue Pub at 281 and Redland Road. It's Tuesday, so plan on going out to the Rue tomorrow night as well. Steak night every Wednesday. 12-ounce ribeye, your potato, your salad for $19.95. It is a fantastic steak, and at that price, you can't get a better deal anywhere in San Antonio. They have happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to go watch the draft with the Blitz Thursday from 2 to 6, and then stick around for all the top picks. The Rue Pub, just down from the Big Blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Rue.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-931-3030. So if you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, call now. Find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-931-3030 to speak with a live person now.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
When it comes to vaccines, it's important to get the facts. The City of San Antonio Metropolitan Health District understands that keeping your child safe is your top priority. Vaccines are safe and can help your child's immune system fight harmful germs. They protect against serious diseases and can even save lives. Because when it comes to your child's health, it's time to get real about vaccines and get the facts. Learn more at sa.gov/health. sa.gov/health.
Mellow Mushroom has the best pizza in San Antonio. Mellow delivers the best pizza experience with their delicious dough, premium ingredients, and unique flavors. Delivering a higher order of pizza is the standard. If Mellow can make a pizza this delicious, imagine what they can do with munchies, greens, calzones, and burgers. Mellow Mushroom has San Antonio's best happy hour with food specials and half-off adult beverages. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys held their annual pre-draft press conference today, and while the Cowboys appear ready to stay put at number 12, team owner Jerry Jones said today, quote, "We're looking at two things that could happen before or after the draft. Two pretty substantial trades. Been working on it today. We have 3 game 2s in the NBA playoffs tonight. Bucks Pacers at 6 o'clock. Dame Lillard is back. Grizz at OKC, and then LA
Sports
and the
Center is
T-Wolves.
brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Along with Joe Reinagel, I'm Jason Minnick. Glad to have you along on a Tuesday on the radio, YouTube, apps, website, however you're listening. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you spending part of your day with us. Lots going on as we get ready for the draft. I mean, Thursday is round 1 of the NFL draft. Jerry Jones making news today, and while it was perhaps a little more or less chaotic than normal, there was some news made. With Jerry saying a couple of substantial trades could be in the works, and well, Stephen and Jerry disagreeing a little bit on Micah's contract.
And it is odd that, of all days, Gilmore is in the building. Stephon Gilmore, former Cowboy.
Yes.
But by all accounts, he's not getting signed. Who knows while he was there?
Yeah, I mean, both Jane Slater and Ian Rappaport said it was not going to happen, that he was not going to be signed by the Dallas Cowboys. Cortland Sutton was another name that was mentioned, and they've kind of poo-pooed that as well.
Although Gilmore is unsigned, is he not?
I believe he is, yeah.
So after the draft, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to pick him up, one of those veteran free agent kind of deals, if, you know, the dollars are right. In other words, he doesn't have a better offer financially. And I know he was with the Cowboys for a short time. I don't know if he makes his offseason home there, but it isn't that unusual because the Cowboys facility is so damn nice that a lot of guys work out in Dallas and will go by the facility for a variety of reasons. I saw somebody suggest he might have had a meeting with Darren Woodson about real estate. Well, I mean, Woodson owns a good portion of the commercial real estate stuff in that Frisco area.
Does he office out of the Star?
There's a whole complex there, yeah.
Could be.
So that is a possibility. I don't know if Darren's office is actually in the Cowboys facility or right around there, but I know it's in that area. And they got lots of friends, and there's lots of friends with money over there. So sometimes if you have an investor meeting, it might be in the lunchroom over there at the Star, I guess.
Perhaps
I'm guessing. I don't know that, but that would seemingly make sense.
Well, the reporters all commented on that, hey, Stephon Gilmore is here. He's walking through the building. And so that makes it, you kind of open your eyes that maybe he's coming back. And I think the Cowboys could do a lot worse, honestly. Now, I don't know how much gas he's got left in the tank, but he's a hell of a guy and a great leader, good locker room guy. So they could do a lot worse, that's for sure.
Yeah, they really could. Let's do the headline blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
I am so glad that Inside the NBA is not going off the air with TNT, that it will be on ESPN next year, because it really is the best for a variety of reasons.
It is.
You could just start with the hilarious stuff that just happens, like when nature calls and you're on the air, Shaq don't give a damn, he's getting up.
Underestimate the other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp?
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's at first.
He can't hold it.
Unless
he's
got
more
something.
after 40.
That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was
not planned. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol and clear up his
No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what?
Olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not like his gait as he left. That was not a typical walk right there.
Hey, he been drinking, he says, he read somewhere if you drink a shot of olive oil.
I saw them doing that the other day in the makeup room.
They've been doing it. They're going to do it. You have to do it for 2 weeks.
Well, you're going to miss a lot of airtime then.
I just hope we got enough matches around here. Please turn his mic off. That's all.
Yeah. That's another issue.
Hey, somebody go get some lighters. Oh my God!
All right, yeah, let's.
You can't even. How do we segue from that? You can't even make. You can't even. What I was going to say about Kawhi, I heard he has before he goes. We need to get the thing. He reminds. Oh, here he is. Oh yeah. I've seen that face before.
Serious look.
I can feel it. Now he's lifting.
There was the gate. There's like
number one, drinking that water.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, man.
Drinking that water.
Drinking that water, huh?
Chuck, stop talking so damn much.
What do you mean?
Finish your point so we can go to break.
We waiting on you, fool.
I'm sitting here like, shut the hell up and hurry up.
Anyway.
Sorry about that, America. Number one, Ernie.
Thanks for sharing.
I don't need any more details than that.
At least we know it was number one. He would have been back that fast if it were number two.
He wouldn't have been back that fast. But he was walking kind of funny, and he reminded me of me.
Yes.
When I got to go, you kind of walk like that, like a penguin. Legs together.
I know if our segments are running long and Joe's got to go, it's a little knock on the table.
Yeah, I just leave.
Go to break.
Uh-huh.
Go to break. Go to break.
Boy, I felt his pain there, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, it's understandable.
Yeah.
And again, so much of what they do is unscripted, and you never know what you're going to get. Last night it was a bathroom break from Shaquille O'Neal, middle of segment. The night before, you heard about a guy that you probably never heard of named Billy Ray Bates. And I think Charles asked a legit question.
DeAndre Hunter did not score off the Cleveland bench in this one.
Billy Ray Bates was built like a truck. Yeah, I wonder if he's still alive. This is a fair question. No, but not on national television.
Yeah, not unless you know the answer.
I don't know the answer. That's why I asked.
I know.
Don't say that.
You do not need to ask a question like that.
I'm sorry to hear that, unfortunately.
Huh? He passed away.
Thank you, Shaq. I just asked a question. I wasn't trying to be.
So Chuck asked a legit question. Is that guy alive? I don't know. Shaq, he's passed away. As if he knew.
Yeah, he sounded very confident about it.
Well, apparently Billy Ray Bates was at home watching and go, wait, I'm dead? Wait, what happened? I need to call somebody and let them know I'm still alive.
And we welcome you back. We would like to issue a correction and an apology for something that happened last night on Inside the NBA. We were talking about Billy Ray Bates, who back in 1980 had one of the NBA's best playoff debuts coming off the bench with 29 points. In the course of our discussion, we passed on some bad information that Billy Ray Bates had passed away. While it was inadvertent, it was also inaccurate and insensitive and inexcusable. In short, we screwed up, and we apologize to Billy Ray Bates and his family.
You know, and poor Ernie's got to come and apologize. It was Shaq that should be apologizing.
And Chuck that brought it up randomly.
Well, I don't mind Chuck bringing it up, but Shaq was very confident. Oh, he passed.
Yeah.
Poor old Billy Ray was going, honey, am I alive?
Well, it's almost like a couple months ago, some soccer star over, I don't know, I forget what country he's from. They announced that he had died and did the whole moment of silence before the game, and he was listening. Whoa, I'm not dead?
I'm not dead yet.
You know, Billy Ray hadn't had this much attention since 1980.
Since that game, probably.
I'd never heard of him before.
I've never heard of him.
But I did have to look him up, and according to Wikipedia, he's still with us.
Well, good. Happy he's still with us.
Now, if you're not with us anymore because you were attacked by an alligator, according to scientists, it's your own damn fault.
It's your own damn fault.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they say, because alligators don't typically attack people or, well, people for that matter.
Well, what do you mean? Every time you see somebody eating an alligator, wouldn't you define that as an alligator attack?
Not, well, the human attacking the alligator and not the alligator attacking the human?
No, the alligator attacking the human.
No, what you normally see and what these scientists are saying, it's either you not paying attention.
Okay.
I've seen those videos of people walking their dog too close to the you know, the little pond there
in Florida,
and the dog's gone, or they get their leg taken off, or whatever the case may be, or you're antagonizing the alligator. It's the only time typically that happens, according to this. So you got to be paying attention.
So it's your fault.
Yes,
they don't just randomly attack.
No,
you have to piss them off.
They're not walking you. I'm going to go eat that dude today.
You sure?
He's mine.
Every alligator attack video, it kind of feels that way.
Well, no, think about all the morons that are training these alligators and opening their mouth, sticking their arm in the mouth, and it pops down on them and you're like, dude, that's your fault.
Well, yeah, that guy, he's an idiot.
Well, exactly.
Although, did you not see the video from the other day?
I saw this.
Down
I'm
in
watching
Florida,
it. Yeah.
There's two gators that ring the doorbell. They're on the porch. They're ready to attack something. They smell something coming from that house. Like, we're getting in here. That one alligator's trying to climb the wall. I didn't know they could do that.
Well, it's funny because the one alligator's trying to climb the wall, and it's like the other guy's going, all right, as soon as that door opens, I'm in.
Yeah, well, that's it.
I'm in.
You ring the doorbell.
Yeah, you make sure they open the door.
Yeah, you startle them, and I'm going to sneak in. Yeah, you distract them.
Dude, there is something inside that house that those gators want.
That was freaky. That like, I've never lived in Florida. I've been to Florida. I don't know, knowing that they can come up now and ring the doorbell. I don't know that I want to live there.
Who is it? FedEx.
Uh-huh. Well, think about how often you just open the door without looking out.
Right.
Right?
Yes. Yes, and can you imagine open the door, damn alligator standing there?
Yeah, it was standing there.
Jeez.
If you haven't seen that video, Google it. Alligator rings doorbell.
That's
and
crazy.
It does. It crawls up the wall and rings the doorbell and sets off the ring alarm. Oh, Renee, of course, has to chime in on YouTube with actual facts. Hunting for food is not considered an attack.
But typically, Renee, from this article, human is not on the alligator's menu, typically. I guess if you're there and he's hungry.
Your lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your dog's another story. I don't know. But see, I forget where it was, but there's some either alligator or crocodile. They're able to mimic looking like human arms in the water drowning to get people to jump in the water to go save them. I mean, I saw it on the internet, so it may or may not be true.
Yeah.
But that video was kind of freaky because when you see the video, it does look like somebody out there is drowning. Then you realize that's the gator.
I saw a great video of an old dude walking his dog, and that happened. It was a smaller alligator, luckily. The dude goes in the water, grabs the alligator and pries the mouth apart and saves his dog.
I get a feel like if you're from Florida, you're probably used to it. It's like if you find a snake in your garage here, you know to get to shovel and what to do.
Well, how about not walking your dog right next to the damn pond?
Well, that's where the grass is at. They're not going to poop on the sidewalk.
Well, I'm going to go somewhere else. I mean, that dog is like a chicken nugget.
It's a beautiful walk until there's a gator.
Well, yeah. And you don't know that there's a gator in there because you can't see it.
You do know there's a gator in there. If there's water and you're in Louisiana or Florida, there's a gator.
There's a gator.
You could almost guarantee there's a gator if there's water.
Don't walk your dog next to the water.
What about the golf course gators that you see?
Those too. But you never notice that because there's some golfers that are chicken of the gator and they'll run, but others just, as you start to run up to them, they'll turn and run.
Well, yeah.
So they're more afraid of you, Jason, than you are of them.
You keep going with that.
I'm just saying.
You test that theory.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just saying. Don't walk your dog next to the water in Florida or Louisiana. Just don't do it because you're going to have to go in there after it.
No. Go get another dog that looked just like that one.
Ouch. Ouch. Jason, PETA's on line 1.
PETA?
PETA.
I'm a PETA person. Yeah, people eating tasty animals. Oh, my goodness. The Athletic did their NBA anonymous player poll.
This is fascinating, actually.
It really is. I'm generally not a fan of anonymous stuff, but this is interesting, and the only way they could do this is keeping it anonymous, and they do a great job with it. Very interesting nuggets, pun intended, coming out of this. Let's dive into it. Coming up here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, it's Draft Day Eve. We'll talk about the latest mocks, who's going where.
Can't take my eyes off the countdown clock, but I'll watch some basketball. 3 games in the league. We'll get you caught up on all the games. Get up early. Party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Live in concert, Sweet and Sour Spring 2025. VSB May 6th with special guest Waxahachie, Wilco. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit wilcoworld.net.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Tragically, recent data reveals that 40% of women in Texas will experience intimate partner violence. Christie's Hope is dedicated to breaking the cycle of domestic violence by providing shelter, healing, and counseling, and empowering survivors to take their first steps towards lasting safety and independence. Thomas J. Henry stands with us in our commitment to end domestic violence. Donate today at christieshope.org.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row.
Groundworks is the official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you've been waiting and waiting to get your eyes taken care of, tired of wearing those glasses, tired of wearing those contacts, what are you waiting for? Now is the time to get it done. At Manrique Custom Vision Center, Dr. Manrique prides himself in getting you out of those glasses or contacts with his blade and pain-free LASIK, which is totally safe and comfortable. It will give you the best possible vision, and you can throw out the glasses and contacts. They've got over 25 years of experience, and they've done over 72,000 laser vision corrections. They offer financing to all with up to 36 months interest-free. Give them a call today to set it up. 210-354-2020. Come and see the Manrique difference for yourself. Every patient benefits from a customized vision plan that they bring to life with state-of-the-art technology, a variety of options to help make your treatment an investment you can afford and the right people. Change your vision, change your life today. It's Manrique, 210-354-2020.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. YouTube, subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. The Athletic has their annual anonymous player poll. And there's a lot in this.
Yeah.
We'll go over some highlights, but it is fascinating because they're able to do this by the trust they have that the players know this is anonymous. There's no way that these guys would answer honestly if it wasn't. So, but a rather interesting read, to say the least, on the anonymous player poll in The Athletic.
Well, it gives you a good insight on what these players are really thinking, and that's why they do it anonymously, so they can speak freely. But I find it fascinating at some of the things that they say. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
It really is. Now, some of the obvious stuff, MVP, SGA gets 56.1% of the vote. Joker gets 37%. No surprise there. But then you read some of the comments. Which team other than your own will win the title this season? The Celtics, an overwhelming favorite, almost 58%. 17.5% for OKC. I find that one a little bit interesting. As good as Oklahoma City's been this year, 137 votes, 58% say Boston.
Jason Tatum may not play in game 2.
Yeah.
He's got a bone bruise.
Yeah. 5 years from now, who will be the face of the league? Wemby.
Yeah.
54%.
Which is an interesting thing on itself, and it's not going to surprise any Spurs fans or anybody else for that matter, but if memory serves, he would be the first European player to be the face of the NBA.
Well, yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's fascinating. This shows you the change in the personnel of the league.
Now, when you look at if LeBron still wasn't there, could it be Joker right now, or could it be Luka? You know, when you look at some of the top players, they are foreign, but the actual face for 2 decades has been LeBron James. So,
yeah, it has.
You know, and they say 5 years. I'm curious if the answer would have been 2 years or 3 years, if that would have changed at all, because as long as LeBron is around, LeBron is going to be the face. Find it interesting who's the league's most overrated player. While it is an anonymous poll, and they say they talked to 155 players, not every player answers every question. Only 90 answered the league's most overrated player. 14.4% say Tyrese Halliburton.
Rudy Gobert comes in a close second, followed by Trae Young. I find that interesting. And Jimmy Butler makes this, and I don't get it. And I really don't get it. I mean, you watch Jimmy Butler play, especially in the playoffs, and overrated doesn't come to mind.
No, but sometimes it's perception. You know, like there's some stars on here that also make the list. Giannis, 2.2%. LeBron James gets 2.2%. It's just interesting that he makes the list. Most underrated player, 136 voters or players cast a vote here. Cade Cunningham, number 1. Derek White, number 2.
I like that, and I agree with that completely. He is so underrated; it's unbelievable.
I'm surprised he's number 2 on the list.
Yeah,
even in a deal like this, he's underrated.
He used to be a Spur, didn't he?
Yeah,
used to be.
Used to be.
And Cade Cunningham is a special player. That dude, did you watch him last night? He was pretty spectacular.
He sucked in game 1, but he was good last night.
Yeah.
Best organization, Golden State, 137 votes. Golden State 1, OKC 2, Boston, the Clippers, Miami, Lakers, then the Spurs at 4.4%.
Interesting. Golden State, I guess I could see, even Oklahoma City and Boston, but the Clippers?
Mm-hmm. Not sure when they did the polling here. League's worst organization, Dallas doesn't win, but they do make the list. The Charlotte Hornets, a clear runaway at 38%. Washington, second at 20%. The Pelicans, third at 11.5%. Then Sacramento, Philly, Dallas, Chicago, the Knicks, Grizzlies, and Utah Jazz.
Charlotte, boy. Put that up on their wall.
Yeah. You know, coaches are what you expect, although I do find it, of all the coaches that are on here, and Pop did get a lot of votes this year, aside from your current coach, who's the best in the league, Mike Malone did get 2% of the vote. But also, aside from your current coach, who is the worst coach in the league, Mike Malone got 2.7% of the votes.
The worst is Brian Keefe.
Yeah, and Coach Bud second. Doc Rivers third.
Wow, Coach Bud second. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't help your resume any, I don't think, does it?
I mean,
you think GMs look at this?
Yeah, well, sure. In this 3-point revolution age, are analytics good or bad for the game? 154% cast a vote. 38% say it's bad. 33% say somewhere in the middle. I find that interesting. And another, nobody wants 10-minute quarters. That was pretty overwhelming. But the other one that I thought was a very interesting, and I'm scrolling down trying to find it here, are the NBA's gambling partnerships good or bad for the league? 150 cast a vote. 46% say it's bad.
Now, I wonder why that is. Because, look, it brings in money. First of all, to the league, but is that because the temptation as a player and you can't do it makes it bad?
I think it's a combination of, one, you can't do it as a player, but also fans that have lost money on social media go after these guys.
Sure.
Dude, there is I would imagine if I put myself in the player's shoes, a sense of responsibility when you see a guy that, man, I put a lot of money on you, so, man, you feel good. Hey, dude, I'm glad you had the belief in me. Sorry I didn't perform on that particular game and you lost money. I could see where a player would not like that or want to have that responsibility.
I guess, but if some dingbat is texting a player or on social media with a player because you lost a bet, You got to get over yourself.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, my gosh. I lose bets all the time. I don't fire away at players that sucked.
Yeah, well, but there's guys that do.
That makes no sense to me. Just get over yourself. Stop gambling.
Or your friends trying to get inside knowledge.
That could be, right? I
Yeah.
can see that happening for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. You know, injuries do happen. And when they do, you can skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday. They have on-site x-ray casting and bracing. In fact, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic. Learn more online at tsaog.com. That's tsaog.com.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, it's Draft Day Eve. We'll talk about the latest mocks, who's going where. Can't take my eyes off the countdown clock, but I'll watch some basketball. 3 games in the league. We'll get you caught up on all the games. Get up early. Party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Gentlemen, testosterone levels can start dropping in your 30s, leading to low energy, reduced libido, and slower metabolism. Rock's Discount Vitamins is making it easy to take back control. No appointments and no prescriptions. Just head into a Rock's and walk out with a natural solution tailored to you. Our powerful line of natural testosterone boosters can help increase energy, build muscle, rev up your metabolism, and reignite your drive. You'll feel the difference and fast. Visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com. We thank God in South Texas.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
If you've been injured in an accident, you know there's no shortage of attorneys who want your business. But when it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry secured over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years. We've successfully represented thousands of injured Texans, earning over 12,000 five-star reviews on Google. So, who is the right attorney for you? Just look at the numbers. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
Take advantage of pre-tariff pricing during Truck Month at North Park Chevrolet. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on new Silverado 1500s. A new Colorado Crew Cab posted at $29,999. $5,000 off MSRP on a new Equinox. 4.8% financing for 84 months on new Tahoes and Suburbans. Together, let's drive at North Park Chevrolet. 10 minutes outside Loop 410 in Castroville or at npchevy.com. Must qualify. Call 830-355-2107 for full price and offer details.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. That song this week, the number one song on the rock charts this week, Nothing More. And they are headed to San Antonio with Disturbed on Friday night in New Orleans right now. Mark Vollegunga from Nothing More, getting ready to come home for a hometown show, joining us on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Mark, I mean, the success of the new album and getting another number one song, it's got to be incredible. Life is great for you guys right now.
It's going very well. You're right. We're definitely grateful for another one. That's the freaking third on this album, which is killer, and we're still going. Very, very grateful. Thanks for having me, too, Joe and Jason.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, Mark, what we love, man, is you're San Antonio's own, right? And so did you guys ever imagine, I'm sure you had dreams just like every athletes do of making it big, but when you guys were first starting out here in San Antonio, that you would get to the level that you've reached right now?
I mean, that's a great question. Not in this way, I would say. I mean, you always have goals of, playing in an arena and then playing for people and hearing how their songs help them through a hard time, or how this song, played at their wedding or this or that. And it means a lot to them. So now, yeah, all those things have happened, are happening, still continue to happen. And that's, again, another blessing, and very, very grateful to come throw down in, Frost Bank Center. That's awesome. I'm really, really pumped to be playing there.
It's so fun because I think about, I've seen Nothing More at Aztec, Techport, but, dude, you're playing Frost Bank Center with Disturbed. I mean, I would imagine coming home and having a show like that, and you've been on tour with these guys for a long time, this last several weeks opening for Disturbed on their 25th anniversary of Sickness tour, which has been incredible. But the idea that you get a hometown show in the Frost Bank Center, that's got to be pretty damn cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's awesome. It is a great hometown and something to be proud of. David Draymond from Disturbed, he sings on our song Angel Song, and he's been coming out like every other night doing it with us. And, Daughtry's on the bill as well. We have the song Free Fall with him. So it's been pretty awesome. A few times they've both come out and done their song in our short set, and it's crushed. So it's a real special night.
I tell you what, I know a lot of people are looking forward to this show and seeing you guys in Disturbed as well. When you're out on tour like you guys are, and you've been busy, Jason and I have been talking about all the things that you guys are doing. I know it's a lot of hard work, but, man, you got to be having a lot of fun, too.
Oh, absolutely. Touring is the best and the worst. You get to see some cool places, meet some great people, play music, for a living, hear stories of how you use to help people. And then, right, of course, you're away from your family. You're trying to balance work and fan life and all of that, too. But, currently, definitely on the upswing, things are crushing, It's pretty rad.
Well, it is cool. Like you guys are in New Orleans tonight. You're headlining a show there. I know you're out. Would you text me shopping for the wife right now because you got to get, I guess, stuff from the road before you come home. But the idea, what is the day in the life of a rock star when you're on the road like this? Because most people have no idea. It's like an athlete, kickoffs at noon or 3, but there's so much that goes into it. What's a day like on the road when you're touring?
Yeah, I was thinking it would be a great idea if I thought I would be on video with my phone or whatever. So I was like, oh, this would be awesome. I'm walking around French Quarter right now, and I'll just get this in the background. It'll look cool. Plus, it's always an awesome area to just experience, get food and drink, and, do some shopping too. But, right, that didn't work out, unfortunately. Bummer. But yeah, a day in the life is, you wake up and, you got sound check, typically, sometime somewhere midday, and that's basically your main goal. Okay, we got to do that. Then kind of after that, now I have this chunk of free time, which is great, and I can actually just walk around the city and actually see some things besides a venue or a freaking locker room, in these arenas, which is great, but sometimes they all get pretty stale and you forget where you are, and it's not as exciting. There's no culture in a locker room.
True. Yeah, very true. Mark, I got to ask you, when you get out on stage and that curtain opens up or the lights come on, do you still get nervous, or are you over that?
Oh, great question. From time to time, if we haven't played in a while, I'll definitely feel the butterflies. But if we're doing a night after night, it's just another day. I'm sure it's the same for you guys. It's like, okay, you're live. And at first it's like, I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. Crap, I haven't prepared anything.
You listen to the show,
and then,
apparently.
Nice. But yeah, you guys are used to it, and this is what you do. You're pros, so you know how to do it, and you do it very well. So it's the same thing for night after night. Playing shows, whether it's a small one or a big one, and you just go out there and give it your all.
Mark Vollegunga from the band Nothing More joining us here on the Blitz. Friday night, Frostbank Center. They're opening for Disturbed. Now I'll say this, Mark. I know you pretty well. You're a very chill, laid-back guy, and then you get on stage and you're almost like a different person up there with the guitar and your crowd interactions and all that. And you see that sometimes with athletes. They step on the field and game face is different than how they are in regular life. Do you do something pre-show to get ready for that, or just as soon as the lights come on, that part of the personality kicks in?
That's a great comparison. I don't know why I don't think I ever connected those dots before into seeing David Robinson or freaking Tim Duncan, and when it's time to game on and get aggressive, you put on that mask and you do it. And it's absolutely the same. You get in that headspace. For me lately, my pre-show ritual is kind of 2 hours prior. I'll get going and get some throat coat tea with a little whiskey in there, kind of like a hot toddy going, and slowly just kind of get in the mood, get in the zone, do some stretches, some yoga, and then it's like an ab workout type of thing. And all the while, we're all listening to, pump up some Gojira or something like that, to get us hyped. A lot of our music is more aggressive, but it's very emotional and it's very story-based too. So it's like acting, it's like all right, this is the character you play. You know, this song is about this story or this situation, and it is like delivering this message every time you do it. You know, you can't go out there and act a fool in a completely different way. It just wouldn't totally connect with us, or it wouldn't come off in the same way. So, yeah, I guess after all this time, it's just, I don't know, picking up that mask off the shelf and just kind of putting it on and going AWOL, you know, if that's what it requires.
That's fantastic. I got to ask you, Mark, because you guys are headlining tonight. You're opening for Disturbed here in San Antonio on Friday. Is there a difference into how you prepare or how you guys do things, whether you're a headliner or an opening act?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. It's, you know, you got to get a little more warm-up time, I'd say, for the headliner, or probably less talking. Honestly, our headliner sets are getting longer and longer, and now we're at like 90, 95 minutes, which we'll do tonight. And it's hard when we're blowing out our voices, you know. So you try to keep the talking to a minimum, as I'm here talking with you guys. Yeah. Happily, I love you guys. You guys are good friends. But you really have to watch that. I'd say for the headliners, you think about the volume of your voice too, and kind of when to see friends, when not to see friends, you know. And you really have to be a pro about that. Otherwise, you know, you're going to blow out the rest of the tour, or you'll miss several shows. It's like, well, crap, I can't, you know, hold a pitch worth poop or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's the hardest thing, like thinking about a headliner. And that goes for, you know, David Draymond too. It's like, hey guys, I'm not coming out tonight. Anytime. I mean, he didn't even have to tell us that, but he's such a nice guy. He's like, I'm going to rest the voice, you know. Wasn't feeling the greatest. And of course, dude, it's like during his dinner hour. He has to come out and sing a song and then go back and prepare for his 2 sets that they're doing every night. So I can only imagine the preparation of those big sets that they have to do.
You know, Mark, as you say that, I've got a question I've never thought of asking before.
All right.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you don't feel good, is there I mean, like football team, if a guy can't go in a game, they've got a backup guard ready to go in. What happens if you're not feeling it that day? It's not like you guys travel with a backup guitarist or a backup drummer. If one of you guys can't go, what is it? Just no show that night, or you just kind of go through and you know it's kind of subpar and you hope people don't notice? They give them a lot of beer and maybe they won't. I mean, what do you do if you can't go, right?
No, it's a great point. Sometimes the goal is to fight through it. You know I've played several shows with the flu, feeling terrible. Fortunately, you know, my voice isn't as important as Johnny's, so I can get by, you know, if I don't have a voice, or I'm just, okay, these harmonies that I sing or this little main part, it just won't be there. Somebody else will cover or whatever. And I can just, you know, I just get by if I don't need to move a lot or whatever, and it won't be the best show, my best performance, but you muscle through it. Now, if it's Johnny, several times, he's been a trooper. He's had, you know, some double dragon hit, if you know what I'm talking about. And, man, we did this one show in Rochester, New York, and he had a trash can beside him on stage, and we brought out, it was like, what do you need to do the show? You know, we need to do this, and this might be TMI or whatever, but it's like, you know, we're all relying on these shows too to take care of our families and such. And so it's like, what is the minimum amount of time that we can play? We asked actually the singer of Atreyu, who we were on tour with, if he could do a few songs, and Brandon's awesome. He absolutely was like, oh, of course, no problem. You got it. I'll do those songs. And Johnny did the few songs that he thought he could get through while sitting on this like lazy boy with glasses on, with this trash can next to him. So yeah, man, you muscle through it. I mean, there are rock docs, you know, that we call. Like, get a B12 shot, you know, and people like that. That it's like, man, I need help. What do I do? You know, and these people will prescribe something or do something for you, and it does help. But, you know, it's not perfect. So normally it's just a fight.
Rock doc, something I didn't know was a job that actually existed, but, you know, got an ID and a prescription pad, then all of a sudden you're a rock doc. Mark Vollegunga from the band Nothing More here on the Blitz. On this tour, when you're not opening for Disturbed on the off nights, you're headlining like you are tonight in New Orleans, but Friday hometown show in San Antonio. Because I know a lot of people want to go see you, and obviously they want to see Daughtry and Disturbed. What time are you guys on stage? Because if you're opening this, people want to get there early to see Nothing More. What time do they need to be at the Frost Bank Center?
Yeah, man, have an early dinner, because we are the evening delight. We're on at 6:26 p.m. every night.
6:26? That's pretty exact.
Yeah, we have to, you know, completely time our set exactly, you know, to get off on time. And if we're given the thumbs up, we start a little early so we can play an extra song.
That's really cool.
So, yep.
Wow, most people that in your business, it is technical. I don't see it that way. When I go see a show like yours, it's like they're just up there, they're singing, having a good time, and they'll get off when they get off. But it's pretty technical, isn't it?
Oh, it's to the second, absolutely. So this is the software and things you can do now that time everything out, which is great. You know exactly when you're starting or exactly when you're getting off stage. You know, we'll banter a little bit, but in a 30-minute, 33-minute set that we have, you keep it to a minimum and you just go.
Now, I know Disturbed uses a lot of pyro. Do you get to punch any of their pyro buttons during your set?
You know, I'm slowly making friends with these guys. Don't jinx it. Like, that is the plan. You know, I want to be the guy to do it.
Well,
actually, all that stuff, honestly, is a lot of the times that's timed out too. Everything's running on MIDI, and it will go off when it goes off because it gets a command. Which is cool.
It is cool. Now, we know what happened at the Disturbed show in Chicago with the Bulls championship banners. Just do everything you can to make sure these Spurs championship banners do not get torched.
You're right. We got to keep those special, keep them safe.
Absolutely. Mark, enjoy New Orleans tonight, my friend. We'll see you Friday at the Frost Bank Center.
Yeah, I can't freaking wait. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Mark Vollegunga from the band at Nothing More on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond online at buyersbarricades.com.
Dude, that's just awesome. Everybody wanted to be a rock star growing up, right?
Yep.
And these guys are living the dream, but they work their tails off too, and people don't see that. You see the show, and they're having a good time. They're playing music, but a lot of work that goes into putting on a show like that.
In so many ways, it's like athletes. You don't see the preparation. You don't see the workouts, the film study. You see Mark. You see Johnny Hawkins, the lead singer, and he's got an athlete's body. That dude is in shape. I mean, he's a guy that can do every show shirtless because, well, he can.
Yes, he
can.
And
the work that it takes to keep that while on the road is pretty insane.
He doesn't have a gut hanging out, is that what you're telling me?
No.
Like you or I, we couldn't probably do that.
No, or Mark, for that matter. But Johnny, he can go shirtless.
Oh, good, man. That's going to be a fun show. I guarantee it will be.
Yep, that's it. They do a great job. And with Daughtry and Disturbed, that's going to be a fun show Friday night at the Frost Bank Center.
Absolutely. And
go early. So you listen to the Blitz on your way down there. Pledge, you doing extra innings on Friday? You doing a show Friday? You might have to start a little early because now I got to be there by 6:20. Although it's not far from the station, just traffic.
That's
what you have to deal with.
You're good. The draft starts at 5 Friday.
Does it really?
Mm-hmm.
So we're out early Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that
works out great, doesn't it?
Better than I thought.
How about that?
You know, somebody might have planned that. I wish I could take credit for that.
I mean, I scheduled it. So.
Yeah, good job.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
See, Thursday we'll be at the Rue Pub, 281 in Redland Road for our draft party for the first round. Second round, we get off work early.
Very nice. I like that. we can watch the second and third round is on Friday night, right? And then the rest of it is Saturday.
Dude, my weekend. I'm going to have to watch this on my phone. I rely on the group text that I know will be going back and forth from you guys because you got Disturbed on Friday night, and then Saturday I'm going to Austin to see Lincoln Park.
All right. Well, that's great. I'll keep you updated. Just keep me updated. Send me a song or two from time to time, will you?
Sure. You won't know what you're looking at.
Exactly.
Although every time I take you to a show, you're like, I have no idea. You're like, man, this was awesome. Why didn't I know about these guys?
Now, truth be told, I've never seen Disturbed, but Nothing More, yes.
Yes.
And they're great.
Yeah.
Look, I enjoy rock music. I do. And Kingdom Collapse, those guys are great. I love listening to those guys perform. So I'm not all, ignorant about the music business.
Well, kind of.
Well,
you have no idea what you're watching, but you're like, damn, that was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, those guys are good.
Well, I'm just saying, and the music's good, and I like the way, they do it, and it's good stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm all right.
Josh Jimenez on YouTube says, will Mark let you get up there and shred the air guitar?
I hope not.
Yeah. I mean,
if you do, keep your shirt on.
I would.
Please.
Trust me. No doubt about that. Air guitar. I could do that.
Sure. I don't know. Just stay down and enjoy the show.
I'll have a beer in my hand.
Yeah, just enjoy the show.
Yeah. I know my place. Can't play music, but like to watch it live.
Yep.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. Sam has his entire spring line on display right now in that massive showroom down on San Pedro. So if you need your logo on a nice golf shirt, a fishing shirt, any kind of shirt, go see Sam. Need T-shirts, screen printed, Sam will get you taken care of. And, man, if you need caps, he has over 25,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112-style trucker caps, the Katie caps, Nike Cap America, to name a few. Over 700 uniform lines to choose from. Nobody has better prices. Sammy has all the big-name brands and is the only company in Texas with one-day turnaround. No order too small, no order too big, and all items do come with a warranty. So call Sammy's Embroidery and Printing, 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or go by that massive showroom on San Pedro. It is 1 mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by tax relief advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-7147. 800-575-7147. That's 800-575-7147 or simply visit TRA.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Cinco de Mayo is near, and the celebration starts at Total Wine & More, your cocktail central. Whether you're shaking up fresh margaritas, sipping on a crisp cerveza, or savoring a smooth tequila, Total Wine is your fiesta celebration destination. So stop by your local Total Wine & More and make this Cinco de Mayo the best one yet. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
When it comes to vaccines, it's important to get the facts. The City of San Antonio Metropolitan Health District understands that keeping your child safe is your top priority. Vaccines are safe and can help your child's immune system fight harmful germs. They protect against serious diseases and can even save lives. Because when it comes to your child's health, it's time to get real about vaccines and get the facts. Learn more at sa.gov/health. sa.gov/health.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Listen up, San Antonio. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can get college credit for the stripes you've earned. Turn your military rank into college credit to save time and money on an online degree. Eligible enlisted service members and previously enlisted veterans may receive up to 12 credits for select undergraduate courses based on their rank, and up to 90 credits in total for prior learning, military experience, and training. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu/SATX.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
We have three game twos tonight in the NBA. First, Bucks-Pacers at 6 o'clock. Pacers leading that best-of-7 set, 1-0. Dame Lillard has been cleared to return tonight. At 6:30, the Grizzlies are in OKC to face the Thunder, who lead that best-of-7 set, 1-0. You can catch that game right here on 94.1 immediately following the Blitz. And then the T-Wolves and the Lakers, that one tips off in L.A. at 9 o'clock.
Sports Center brought to you by Synergenics. Book your appointment at fixmylow.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 as San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along on a Tuesday afternoon.
Absolutely. We appreciate you joining us. However you're doing that, if you're on YouTube watching, thank you for that. If you're driving around this beautiful city of San Antonio, thank you for that. Or however you're tuning in today. Thank you.
You know, Cowboys have their pre-draft press conference today. Jerry, after the press conference in the walk and talk portion, probably dropped the biggest bombshell. It's over-exaggerating because you got to define substantial and kind of like, I don't know, all in.
Your definition of what is all in and mine might not be the same thing.
Jerry said today they're talking about a couple of substantial trades ahead of the draft. Now, we know Jerry loves to make draft day deals. Trade or Jerry. In fact, since he's owned the team, he's made 72 draft day deals.
Which really surprised me. I didn't realize there had been that many. But some of those could have just been trading up, trading down, whatever the case may be. Not a blockbuster or substantial.
Again, define substantial.
Exactly.
Now, that leads to a lot of speculation. We also know that there's all kinds of trade talks that actually never materialize. You go down the road on a lot of different things. We know, let's see, the Houston Texans and Nick Caserio, they like to do deals. And we know they need a lot of help on their offensive line. And they are sitting at 25 right now. A lot of signs indicate their extreme high level of interest with one Mr. Banks out of UT. They would have to get inside of the top 12 to get Banks. If he's still around at 12, he's going 13 to Miami. You just a gazillion mock drafts have that. We know what the Dolphins are looking for. So Nick Caserio would have to get very aggressive to move up ahead of Miami. Could they be talking to Jerry about a move to 12? Keep in mind, Steven said the other day, don't be surprised if they move back a little, which is something the Cowboys have done a lot. Go back to, remember when they moved back to go get Travis Frederick, and we all blew him up for that. That was a smart move. Mike Parsons. I mean, there's all kinds of moves that they've made where they've moved back a little bit. Now, 12 to 25.
That's a long way.
And that probably gets Golden out, probably McMillan out. But you still have a couple of receivers there if you're going receiver that you would still be able to get at 25. But that seems like a pretty drastic drop. But what else are you getting in return? Are you getting, because you still might be able to get Hampton unless you get a running back from Houston in your trade. You see, I just think depending on what Houston is willing to give up to move up to 12, if that is part of the conversation, that could be classified as substantial in the mind of Jerry Jones.
Well, it could. I think that'd be a hell of a risk for them to drop to 25, because I don't know if Hampton will be there at 25. I guess it's possible, and it is a deep running back draft. You can still get a running back there if you want to. That's just a long way, and I think you'd have to get something. You'd have to get something substantial if you're going to move that far down the line for Houston. So it remains to be seen, and maybe that's what Jerry means by substantial. He was talking about 2 substantial trades before or after the draft that he's working on. So we'll see, but just Jerry saying that, he said it for a reason. All right, he put it out there and got everybody talking about it. He knew, I have to believe, Jerry, that wasn't just by accident. He said that, and he said it on purpose. Now, that's what everybody's talking about. You see the headline on ESPN. You see everything. They're talking about, Jerry says there could be substantial trades.
They're going to move up to 2 and take Travis Hunter.
Yeah, well, that'd be great.
That would be substantial.
Give up for that?
The sink.
Exactly.
Which is what it would take, right? I look at all the different possibilities. You're not 12 to 25. It's going to take a lot. Pledge is like, well, he's writing War and Peace up on our screen right now. If you get next year's first from Houston, is that substantial? I don't know. I think Houston's going to be pretty good. Picking the 20s isn't it. It's kind of like this year with the Spurs and Atlanta's pick. We all got mad at how much they won. I mean, sure, next year's one to be good, but I'd rather get it from a team that I expect to suck. That wouldn't be Houston. Again, the fact that Jerry talked about it is with reason. Say what you want about Jerry Jones. He knows what he's doing. And whether he's stirring the pot, creating headlines, trying to create value. Because, quite frankly, if he puts out there that he's having 2 conversations, then whoever he's talking to knows there's competition for that 12, right? If he's just having one conversation with one team about moving off of that 12 pick, there's not as much value there as if somebody thinks there's competition for that 12th pick.
Well, there's also Jerry talking about offensive linemen. And, he's saying, hey, just because, at number 12, if there's an offensive lineman there, we could take him.
The biggest reason is we're set in stone. One of the things that when we started this draft process with, we had a coach and we had their offensive, and boy, are we in great shape. One thing Schotty did, he did it right when I said, boy, we want some attention to that offensive line, and he gets his coordinator. That's one heck of an expert there, and he gets one of the best offensive guys. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Team within the team, the offensive line. And so one of the things that we started the meetings off with was, guys, we've had some of the best offensive lines around Dak known to man, and we've also had some pretty good running backs around him too. Can you put that kind of resources in your offensive line? And can we get up there playing around the rim so that we can get one of these things with that offensive line? And I said, we've been with Larry Allen. We got one when he was rookie. Other than that, we didn't get one. Okay, Zach, we didn't get one. Okay, so it doesn't automatically work. But generally, when you step back and look at it, we've had some pretty good teams around a War Daddy drafted offensive line with a lot of ones. Obviously, when those guys get ready to come up, if they're that kind of player, then you're going to have a lot of resources invested in that offensive line. Did it pay off? Well, it's done a pretty good job for Dak. Did a good job for the running backs that were around him, pretty good there. So as you've got something to look at. We won't necessarily eliminate, because we've got the resources we have in the offensive line this weekend. We won't eliminate that because of that experience. We've had some success with loading it up with top picks in the offensive line.
Interesting. So is Jerry saying that, knowing that the Houston Texans or some other team perhaps is interested in Mr. Banks from Texas or another offensive lineman, hey, don't count us out taking an offensive lineman. If Kelvin Banks falls to us, maybe we'll just draft him ourselves.
Best player available that fits a need.
Exactly right.
He said offensive line was trash last year. In a different part of the press conference. Obviously, he didn't say it in that clip you just heard. But when you look at the right side of their offensive line, you got a couple of high draft picks. You got a third rounder at center. And, or the left side of the line. The right side of the line, you got Terrence Steele and Brock Hoffman. So could they use a Banks? Sure. Do they have bigger needs? It's where you trust your board. But does that also mean, could they take Banks? Then you see Banks up there hugging the commissioner, and he takes a photo. And before you print any jerseys, he's traded somewhere else.
It's always possible.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. But look, Jerry's done this long enough. So when he makes comments like that, hey, don't count us out at offensive line at number 12, he's saying that for a reason. Mm-hmm. When he talks about two substantial trades in the works, he's saying that for a reason. He's not just mouthing off. Jerry's too smart for that. So, and people are listening. And again, he's out in the every media outlet that there is talking about what Jerry said today. So the man's smart when it comes to manipulating the media and getting them to put his message out there. And I think that's exactly what he did today.
100%. Again, Jerry is smart. Don't let him fool you. I know there's a lot of people out there, and I can't wait to see some of the comments on our YouTube page that would argue that. But he is brilliant when it comes to stuff like this. Mm-hmm. Now, he doesn't have a lot of Super Bowl rings. I think we all know that. It's well-defined. Although he's put together some teams that had a chance. And I know Jerry wants to win more than anything, win another Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl that has zero ties to Jimmy Johnson. We know that. But he talks about he just wants to be around the rim. Because, if you're around the rim, you've got a chance. And last year, he didn't give this team a chance to be around the rim. The year before, he did. You figure this year, new coaching staff, and just the way he talks about that, the coaching staff and how excited he is, whatever anger he had last year, it feels like he's got rejuvenated energy this year to put that winning team together. He's got a solid offensive line. He knows they need weapons. They need weapons around Dak Prescott to maximize the investment they have in number 4?
Well, there's a couple of things to that. And I will say, look, the Cowboys, whether you like it or not, or whether you think there were good moves or not, the Cowboys were pretty aggressive in the free agent market. And I know a lot of it is one-year deals. A lot of it are guys that were high draft picks that didn't quite work out, but they are talented individuals. So no matter what you think about it. But I found it pretty interesting in there with the soundbite we just listened to about the offensive line. He said it a couple of times. We put some damn good offensive lines around Dak Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if is that a message to Dak Prescott or just saying that, hey, obviously we need to do it again and get him some other help as well. But he mentioned Dak twice when it came to offensive line, and I think he said running back too.
He did.
So I don't know. Was that a veiled shot at number 4?
You know, it's possible, but also at another point in the press conference, dude, he talked for 55 minutes. Yeah. He said a lot of things today. But I think also going without a running back and watching what Saquon did made him decide, you know what, we really probably need one of those. They're pretty damn important. We thought we could get by without, now we can't. He didn't say it in those words, but your running game is impacted by your offensive line. Last year they had a bad offensive line, didn't have much of a running game, didn't have much of a passing game, and quite frankly, you know, they stayed with Zeke a little too long and then tried to replace him with Tony Pollard, and that didn't work. I almost feel like he's going to the over pendulum swing is coming, which, again, with Jerry making calls, could he just be in love with an Ashton Genty so much he's willing to move up to get him? Or, you know, what, you know, the different plays in there. Hell, there was a deal out of Las Vegas today that Brady still wants Stafford because could they work a deal for that guy, which I'm like, why are we talking about that again? But that was from a Las Vegas outlet, so who knows if they're just throwing spaghetti on the wall as well or if they're hearing something.
Well, didn't they just go out and get Geno Smith?
They did.
Yeah, why the hell would they bring Stafford in?
Could they make a trade?
I don't know.
Because there's other teams out there that are still looking for a quarterback, which you see a lot of mock drafts have Pittsburgh going with Hampton if he's still there. And now I'm starting to think if Jackson Dart's still sitting there, Pittsburgh's going with the quarterback because they're not going to wait on Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they shouldn't wait on Aaron Rodgers. You got to move on. He's a bum. Move on.
I think he's a bum.
Yes.
The head would certainly explode.
You got to move on from that guy. If he's going to jerk everybody around, I mean, you know, dude, move on. Why are you being held hostage by a 41-year-old has-been?
Well, Aaron said he's not holding anybody hostage.
Well, then
and Mike Tomlin said they won't be held hostage. They want people that want to be there.
That's exactly right. So you need to draft a quarterback or make a trade for one. Look, there's still talk out there about San Francisco trading Brock Purdy somewhere and having somebody else pay him. So there's a lot of things that could happen this weekend. I'm telling you, there could be some fireworks this weekend, or it could go chalk. Who knows? But there are some teams, Pittsburgh being maybe the most desperate for a quarterback because all they've got right now is Mason Rudolph.
At least Kirk Cousins showed up for work today.
He did. So did Brock Purdy, by the way. George Kittle did not for the San Francisco 49ers.
I think he's still at WrestleMania.
He might be, right? It's going to be a blast. I can't wait for this weekend and some fireworks because there always is. And I have to believe there's going to be this week.
Hopefully there's some fireworks in the NBA playoffs again tonight. Couple of good games last night. Let's talk some NBA playoffs coming up. You're on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're having issues at your house with your plumbing, your AC, you know there is one company to call, and that is Quartermoon Plumbing, Heating, and AC. 210-651-5899 at Quartermoon. They are experts at worst-case scenarios, big job, small job, residential, or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. And at Quartermoon, they don't often run specials, but they are running a pre-summer AC inspection special. They'll come out, inspect your capacitor, indoor coil, outdoor coil, filter, check all your proper temperature levels for just $58.99. Again, they don't do a lot of specials. They're not overly creative. $58.99. That's their phone number, 210-651-5899. So dial that up and get that pre-summer AC inspection scheduled. 651-5899 or online, quartermoonplumbing.com.
If you've been waiting and waiting to get your eyes taken care of, tired of wearing those glasses, tired of wearing those contacts, what are you waiting for? Now is the time to get it done. At Manrique Custom Vision Center, Dr. Manrique prides himself in getting you out of those glasses or contacts with his blade and pain-free LASIK, which is totally safe and comfortable. It will give you the best possible vision, and you can throw out the glasses and contacts. They've got over 25 years of experience, and they've done over 72,000 laser vision corrections. They offer financing to all with up to 36 months interest-free. Give them a call today to set it up. 210-354-2020. Come and see the Manrique difference for yourself. Every patient benefits from a customized vision plan that they bring to life with state-of-the-art technology, a variety of options to help make your treatment an investment you can afford and the right people. Change your vision, change your life today. It's Manrique, 210-354-2020.
An accident can leave you struggling to pay for medical bills. At Thomas J. Henry, we believe you deserve justice no matter your financial situation. That's why you don't pay us unless we win your case. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
Join us for San Antonio's premier fiesta event, Taste of the Northside, presented by H-E-B, Thursday, May 1st at 6. Experience gourmet food and wine tastings, sip on elevated spirits and cold brews, and enjoy live entertainment at our new location, The Rock at La Cantera. All proceeds benefit Brighton Center, serving children with disabilities and developmental delays in San Antonio. Limited all-inclusive tickets are $300 in advance and can be purchased at tasteofthenorthside.org. Viva Fiesta!
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Calling all snack MVPs, it's time to huddle up with Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, the low-carb, high-protein snack with a flavor-packed crunch. From sea salt and cracked black pepper to hot honey, sweet barbecue, and more, these bold bites are ready to tackle your crunch time cravings. Find your flavor playbook at H-E-B and make every bite count, because when it's crunch time, there's only one snack you need on your team: Southern Recipe Small Batch.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minnick. It's The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You can get us on Twitter at Joe Reinagel 210. Tweet at me at Jason Minnick. Station at SA Sports Star. Got a pair of tickets to give away right now to the Gunslingers game against the Las Vegas Nighthawks. They're playing Saturday out at Freeman Coliseum. You want to go? Be caller number 9 right now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Nice. I got to get out there, see a Gunslingers game.
It's fun, dude.
Yeah.
It's fun.
No, absolutely. I can't wait. I need to get out there. was talking to somebody that was in here the other day from John Wayne, and they said, "Yeah, you got to come out." So
it's it's crazy when you go to a gunslinger game. If you can get on the floor, and you can, that's a different experience, and you realize how many people are on the floor. So when you look in the stand, you go, "Oh, nobody's there." No, dude, there's like 1,000 people on the floor in those. I don't know what you call them, courtside, field side, suite areas.
Yeah.
Now, if you catch football, you get to keep it. That's yours. It's a souvenir, which is pretty damn cool.
That's great. Yeah.
If you catch a player, you have to give them back.
Oh, that's too bad.
But you better pay attention.
Yeah.
Because those dudes do come over the wall. And you realize just how physical the game is when you're right down there.
Well, it's just not a lot of space to move around.
None.
I mean, so, yeah, you can the guy's going to come up on you pretty quick. I've seen a lot of arena football games, but I do need to get out to a Gunslingers game because you and everybody else that's been, it's just a blast.
It's fantastic. It's a lot of fun. Now, again, I love all kinds of football, and I go back for the 3 years I was the broadcaster for the San Antonio Talons in the old Arena League, and it's just so much fun, and you realize those guys are all chasing dreams still.
Yeah.
One of the guys from the Gunslingers just got signed by Memphis in the UFL.
Nice.
And so it's that next step. And we had the Talons. We had a couple of dudes that actually made it to the NFL out of the Arena League. So
there you go.
You see those kind of guys, but it's just fun. You just can't go in thinking it's traditional field 11-on-11 football because it really is a different game.
And it's fast, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fast-paced game.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it a lot of fun. So head on out to the Gunslingers game.
Saturday night. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Brian Engel may or may not be there.
I don't know. Saturday night? It's possible.
It's possible.
Maybe.
Then the Brahmas play on Sunday?
Yeah. Home opener.
Home opener?
Finally.
Wow. Coming off of a win. I don't know who we're going to have tomorrow at 4:35 for Wednesdays with Wade. Might be party time with old Peyton after he got his first win.
Yeah.
Could be Wade. Have not heard yet.
All right. Well, we'll have somebody.
We'll have somebody.
Yep.
NBA playoffs last night.
Two good games.
Two really good games. And good games in hockey, too. Last night was a great night for sports. Clippers win a thriller. Now, you've adopted the Denver Nuggets this series just because of your dislike for a certain member of the Los Angeles Clippers.
He wears number 2.
And he had a hell of a game last night.
He did.
And that's what's so frustrating about watching that guy play. Because you just never know what you're going to get from him because you don't get that night in and night out. The dude filling in for Rich Eisen today, he describes himself as a Clippers insider. And he was telling a story that apparently Kawhi's got a deal worked out with Ballmer that he does his own thing. He works out when he wants. He gets load management when he wants. He shows up to practice when he wants because he does everything with his own personal group that gets him ready. The deal apparently is you do whatever you want until playoff time as long as you're ready for the playoffs. And even this Clipper insider dude said, even knowing that, you can't rely on him to stay healthy and be ready night in and night out for the postseason run.
If you're a Clipper fan or the owner of the Clippers, the coach of the Clippers, you have to just be waiting for that to happen because you've seen it happen so many times, and you just feel like, man, he got through 2 games and we're good. What about game 3? I mean, and you think about it, if you go all the way and you're going to play, you've still got a lot of weeks left to play. How many of those games is number 2 going to be able to play in? And that's a big question mark. It really is. He didn't play so well in game 1, but he made up for it last night, that's for sure. But still think about that. As well as he played last night, the Nuggets had a chance at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is going to be a hell of a series. We've talked about that before it started, and so far it's been the best series of the playoffs.
Well, and again, you look at Detroit beating the Knicks last night. Now, Jalen Brunson was great late, but you wonder, I've got no confidence in either one of these teams, but I got less confidence that Detroit actually can win a playoff series.
Well, because they haven't done it in a long time.
Well, there's that.
That's part of it. But look, they snapped a 15-game losing streak last night in the playoffs. So they got that monkey off their back, and now they'll have an opportunity. Look, I think this Detroit team is a confident bunch. Now, whether they've got the makings to win, I trust the Knicks about as much as I could pick you up and throw you. In all sincerity, this team just underachieves year after year after year, and I don't know what it is. That's why I think, personally, Thibodeau's going to be fired this year, and they're going to bring in Kevin Durant. I think he's going to the New York Knicks.
That ultimately wouldn't surprise me, although I think the offseason would be very interesting. Now, you look at the game twos that are on deck for tonight. Indiana, a 4.5-point favorite over Milwaukee. Of course, they lead that series 1-0. Oklahoma City has Memphis. They are only a 14.5-point favorite coming off of their 51-point game one win.
Seems easy, doesn't it?
It really does. Oklahoma City and Memphis, 6 o'clock here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. The Lakers in the late game tonight, 9 o'clock on TNT, 5.5-point favorite over Minnesota. This is, dare I say, must win for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, technically it's not.
Well, I said technically.
Yeah, technically it's not, but it's a game that they certainly like to win. I tell you, you can't put you can't put yourself behind the 8 ball like that. The Lakers haven't been a good road team this year, and you go out on the road down 0-2. Yeah, they're in big trouble. They're in big trouble, and I have to believe LeBron's going to play better tonight than he did in game one. Luka was fantastic. Austin Reeves, another guy that they count on, did not play well in game one. So I have to believe the Lakers are going to play better tonight, and I think they'll get the win.
It's and I expect they're going to get the calls too.
I'm sure.
They're going to get the calls. One of the things I find interesting when you look at like the schedule on ESPN.com and the tickets that are available.
Right.
In Indiana, tickets as low as $28. In Oak City, tickets as low as $76. In Los Angeles, as low as $141.
All those movie stars out there.
That's it.
Driving up the prices.
Well, they've got the money out there. Although you think about that late game tonight, Anthony Edwards is going to be in a foul mood because he is $50,000 lighter in his wallet today.
For saying something that we don't know is true or not.
Well, push play. He was joined with some fans before the game in Los Angeles before game one and clearly said, my stuff is bigger than yours, and grabbed his crotch area. He didn't say stuff.
He said that word that starts with a D.
Richard?
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
with a D. The nickname for Richard.
Yes.
Yes.
I think most people driving around right now know exactly what I meant there.
Yes. Well, I'm sure they did, but I just wanted to be accurate with what he said.
Yeah.
So, and, to me, it's like this was pregame. They were warming up. Fans were giving Ant a hard time. They were jawing back and forth. And, I get there's kids around. I get all of that kind of stuff. But I just don't see that warranted a $50,000 fine. I mean, I guess the NBA just wants the player to just let the fan yap and don't say anything in return. But we forget a guy like Anthony, what is he, 23, 24 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still a kid. I mean, he really is. He's still a kid. He's having fun. He's playing basketball. And I don't know.
Well, before that, he was talking about how much his bank account was bigger, $200 million,
well,
200, 300, and then my stuff is bigger. What do you got there, buddy?
He doesn't get fined. I'm sure his bank account was bigger than that fan.
Yeah. Well, maybe that is courtside guy in Los Angeles. Who you don't know that.
I think that's the odds are.
We don't know we don't know if the other is an accurate statement.
So why don't we fact check?
How would you choose to fact check that?
Let's say, look, we go up to the fan and say, "Look, dude, and we're gonna find this guy. But if what he said is true, we can't fine him. Are you willing?"
Whip it out and see.
To go in the back.
Let's have a measuring contest.
We'll get a ruler out, and we'll just go to.
Stop. I don't know if you need a ruler. It's just the eye test.
Well, it could be just that. But who's going to be the eye tester?
It seems like you're volunteering for this.
No,
it really feels like you are the only one that wants to know if it's accurate.
I'm taking up for Ant here.
Are you?
Yeah, because I think this fan was being a jerk, and Ant made a statement that he believes and he's confident that is true, and he gets fined for it. You're looking to grab the knob. I'm just saying. I 50 grand for that. He was just playing around.
But I think while the NBA didn't say it in the fine letter, if he says it and doesn't grab his crotch, nobody probably says anything.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. Yeah, whip it out. Go to town. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I bet you that would make fans think about heckling the players. And I have no problem with fans heckling the players as long as it's not disrespectful and they're saying something, ridiculous. It's all in fun. I mean, that's home court advantage.
Did we hear what the fan actually said that caused the reaction?
I never heard it.
I think it was something along the lines of "You've got 200 kids."
Somebody said 200K. I thought he was.
I think the K was dollars
or million or something.
I mean, 200 kids.
There's been some recent reports about Tyreek Hill style of living life off the court
with Anthony Edwards.
Wow,
all right.
I haven't heard that.
So he's got more or less than Tyreek, although Tyreek's got a lot of years on him. But
Tyreek got a good head start.
But Anthony's trying to catch up.
It appears.
What was the term we heard the other day from Shannon Sharp?
I don't want to say that. Well, that's Daddy. Do you want to put ketchup in that?
Wow.
You gonna eat a chicken fried steak with it, Joe?
Oh, that's awful.
Did you see Havoc 80's comment there on YouTube?
Who?
Havoc 80.
Havoc 80. No. And even if I wanted to, I don't know if I would have been able to find it.
Wow. That's brutal.
Dude, I saw no one's stuff. I got to warm up the pipes.
It's hard. Yeah, it's definitely hard.
Well, I don't know if it was or not.
You got to ask.
Exactly.
Let's talk the draft coming up here. Bail. Eject. We'll talk draft coming up here on this family show known as The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Well, I tell you what, it is a family show. If there are any families out there watching, you need to do your family a favor and call my good friends at Connecticut Quality Water Softeners of San Antonio. You really need to treat yourself. If you don't have a Connecticut Quality Water Softener, I'm going to ask you why not. Look, I was as skeptical as you. I thought any water softeners, they're all the same, right? They soften water to protect your – there's no contest. There is absolutely no contest. A Connecticut Quality Water Softener is head and shoulders above all the other water softeners out there. It's not even close. I love this thing. And the one thing I love about it, besides the soft water, my clean clothes, the clean dishes, and all of that stuff, is you don't plug it in. Thing doesn't run on electricity, so there's nothing that can go out like a fuse or a motherboard or anything like that, but it does provide soft water 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And right now they're sweetening the pot at Connecticut because for a limited time, you buy a Connecticut Quality Water Softener, they're going to give you a free reverse osmosis drinking station right there at your kitchen sink. They'll install it, and you're going to have bottled water right there at your kitchen sink. It is fantastic. Also going to give you $400 for your old water softener. And how about this? Some free money. 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit. That is a fantastic deal, so you know it's not going to last long. Why don't you call Connecticut of San Antonio in the Hill Country? Why don't you do it right now? 656-PURE, 656-7873, or you can also check them out online at ConnecticutSA.com. And you know the jingle, Sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE, Connecticut.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, it's Draft Day Eve. We'll talk about the latest mocks, who's going where.
Can't take my eyes off the countdown clock, but I'll watch some basketball. 3 games in the league. We'll get you caught up on all the games. Get up early. Party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Wilco, live in concert. Sweet and Sour Spring 2025. The ESPY, May 6th. With special guest, Waxahachie. Wilco. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit wilcoworld.net.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row.
Groundworks is the official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Don't let pain hold you back from living your best life. I'm Dr. Jason Garrett with Arasti. At Arasti, we're dedicated to providing fast, effective relief from pain. Whether you've been dealing with a chronic discomfort for years or have recently suffered an injury, our goal is to help you recover quickly. Our treatment is all natural, non-invasive, and covered by most insurance plans. With convenient locations nearby, relief is just a call away. Visit Arasti.com. That's AIRROSTI.com. Arasti, we fix pain fast.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-7147. 800-575-7147. That's 800-575-7147 or simply visit TRA.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Maybe you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. You can comment in there. The comments are always entertaining. Most of them, some of them, not safe to talk about on the radio. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix on this Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday. You going crispy?
Crispy? Soft?
Taco Tuesday!
Whatever you want. I just want people to know. During the commercial break, Joe's on his phone. He's scrolling whichever one of those apps that he's on.
Facebook, I think.
Is that Facebook?
I think it was Facebook because I saw.
And you can't find it again.
No, I can't.
Don't you hate when you do that?
I know it sucks.
Because I'm calling you out, Joe Reinagel.
Okay.
All right.
What else is new?
You get all upset about what is a taco.
Yes.
You don't like fish tacos. You don't think shrimp tacos or tacos. Soft tacos shouldn't count as tacos. And he holds up a recipe. He's like, God, these look great. Look at these pizza tacos.
It was pepperoni with jalapenos and cheese in a tortilla, and it was pizza tacos. Now, look, it's not a real taco. It's a gimmick.
Well, it's a taco.
It's a gimmick.
You're like, I might have to try these.
It's a pizza.
Oh, because it's pizza and a taco, and you like pizza and you like tacos, you're good with that, but not a fish taco because you don't like fish?
That's awful. Who decided that was good together?
Well, who thought?
Honestly.
One, fish tacos, I'm not a fan, but I know a lot of people that love them. I love a good shrimp taco.
See, that too. What do you put, a little red sauce in there?
Sure.
What do you put in there?
Well, I mean, generally it's there could be some lettuce. There could be some sort of cabbage if you want.
You take the tails off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not Greg Shelton. I'm not eating the tail. But generally the chef will do that before it gets to you.
Look, all I'm saying, if it's in a tortilla,
it's a taco.
It is a breakfast taco.
What?
Or a gimmick. One of the two.
A gimmick.
Crispy tacos.
No, you go to Velvet Taco and you want bad tacos that are a gimmick, that's what you get there.
Well, exactly.
Right?
But I'm just saying, a pizza taco is not it's a pizza in a tortilla. Fish in a tortilla, shrimp in a tortilla. A taco is ground beef, little lettuce, little tomato. You don't like tomatoes. Some cheese sprinkled on the top. Some good hot sauce.
Sure, if you only want tacos from Dairy Queen, that's what you get.
No, I'm just saying, or any place. Had a taco today. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was crispy. It's Taco Tuesday. I said, I'm going to have a real taco. And I had a real taco. The other stuff is just gimmicks.
Just gimmicks.
Or breakfast.
Or breakfast.
Yes.
So if I get a taco that's a soft taco with the ground beef and the lettuce and the cheese.
It's a gimmick.
That's a gimmick.
Yes. Got to be crispy.
But you get excited about seeing, man, this looks good. A pizza that's in a taco shell.
Yeah. It's a gimmick.
It's a gimmick.
Right? Somebody said, what can we put in a tortilla? Oh, let's try a pizza. That'll be great.
Yet you want to go home and try it.
Well, I mean, it looks pretty good.
It does look pretty good.
But I'm not going to count that as a taco. I'm counting it as a gimmick.
Well, what are you going to call it?
It's
a pizza taco.
It's a pizza and a tortilla.
Or a taco. A pizza taco.
It's not a taco.
Well, it's not a Hot Pocket.
Well, it is a Hot Pocket.
No.
That's basically what it is.
No, because a Hot Pocket is closed.
Well, you can close the tortilla.
Well, that was a crispy shell, sir. That does not count as, you can't close that one.
It was not a crispy shell.
It was.
It was a flour tortilla.
It was in a taco holder. It was open.
It was a flour tortilla.
The way it was served there, it was open.
Dude, I'm just telling you, it should have been closed, or it's a gimmick. That's it.
A gimmick.
It's a gimmick.
A gimmick
that probably tastes damn good.
It probably does.
Some gimmicks
are
fine.
I didn't see the whole recipe. I just saw the picture. So it was soft tacos? Or
it was a soft
a tortilla.
Pizza. It was pizza stuff in a tortilla, which is generally a pizza, right? I mean, the crust is damn near a...
Well, it depends on the style. Like New York style is foldable.
Right. And a pizza, right. I thought you were talking tacos. I said, we're talking New York tacos. That's not a taco.
But you're saying the pizza stuff was all in a soft tortilla, but you would eat it like it were a taco, not a slice of pizza.
I'd probably, yeah.
You'd probably use a fork and knife.
Well, no, but it's just like folding up, like you said, a New York style pizza. I do the same thing. Now, I've got a picture of one here, but that is clearly a flour tortilla.
Okay.
That has just been grilled very well because it's kind of burnt.
Yeah.
And it looks great. But if we're talking tacos.
I'm saying if Mellow Mushroom were to take this and put it on the menu, since San Antonio, let's do a pizza taco.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Call it something else. It's a pizza on a tortilla.
Well, that's boring. It's just a taco. You know what it is.
Or
like
a pizza burrito.
If I say a pizza taco, I have a pretty good idea. You took all the pizza toppings and put them in a tortilla.
Right.
Right?
That's all you did.
So it's a taco.
Sure.
A taco is basically anything you want to throw inside of a taco shell or a tortilla.
Right. But it's not a taco. See, like Ashley's calling me out here. Does he?
Ashley,
Ashley, let me explain something to everybody on YouTube.
210-656-ESPN.
You can actually talk to me. She's asking you a question. Does he realize? You should say, Ashley, Joe, do you realize you live in San Antonio?
Ashley might think you have a producer that reads all these and prints off the important ones. The producer would protect you, so you only saw the comments that would inflate your ego.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here's the deal.
Uh-huh.
So as Ray says, we got a couple of white guys trying to determine what a taco is. That's hilarious. Explain to me what a taco is, Ray. If you've got a definition of a taco, I want to hear it from you. I really do. Let me know exactly what a taco is.
Well, see, you and I disagree with that, and you're right. You got a couple of white guys trying to tell you what a taco is, and two white guys that disagree on what a taco is.
Dude, look, now, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but I grew up in a little town called Alice, Texas, that was about 90% Hispanic.
Yeah.
So all of my friends, basically, Hispanic. I ate breakfast tacos the moment I could use teeth. I'm just saying, just because I'm a white guy doesn't mean that I don't know what a taco is.
Yeah, but it sounds like it because I just Googled the dictionary. What is a taco? A taco is a noun.
What the hell do they know?
It is. I don't know. It's the official dictionary. A Mexican dish consisting of a fried tortilla, typically folded, filled with various mixtures such as seasoned meat, beans, lettuce, and tomatoes.
A fried tortilla.
That's what it says.
That's it. That's not a soft taco, is it?
Well,
it's a fried tortilla.
A taco is a traditional Mexican dish characterized by a soft or crispy corn or wheat tortilla that is folded or rolled and stuffed with a mixture of ingredients, typically seasoned meat, cheese, lettuce, and other toppings. Essentially, it is a tortilla filled with a variety of ingredients eaten by hand.
So I tell you what, how about a sausage wrap? Is that a taco?
A sausage wrap?
Sure. Why not? Why wouldn't that be a taco?
A sausage taco?
Yeah. By your definition, that's true. It's a sausage taco. Don't call it a sausage wrap anymore. I want a sausage taco.
Well, do you call a sausage wrap a hot dog?
No. You don't.
What if you put it in a bun and not a tortilla?
Well, it's a hot dog.
If you put your sausage in a bun.
Sausage? No, it's a sausage dog.
Why is it? Why does it get dog at the end? If you take a good kielbasa sausage and you put that in a hot dog bun, is that now considered a hot dog?
It's not a hot dog.
It's not a sausage dog.
Well, it's a sausage in a bun.
What if you put a hot dog in a loaf of bread? Is it still a hot dog?
Sure.
What if I do that with a piece of sausage?
Then you've got a piece of sausage in a bread. I don't know. This is not complicated.
My head is starting to hurt.
Hey, Norm.
I mean, do you consider a hot dog a sandwich?
If I was a hot dog, would you eat yourself? I know I would.
What? Good Lord.
Dude, I can't believe I'm pissing Ashley off. And
I was wrong.
Joshua.
You were right.
Ray S. Wow.
Joe, all you got to do is remember.
I was wrong. You were right.
No,
you're wrong on this.
Not on that. I just want to know, Ray, you're supposed to tell me what a taco is. And Joshua was telling me, talk about privilege.
Talk about privilege.
I have my.
Where's this going?
Exactly. It's okay. It's all right. A taco to me is a crispy beef taco. Everything else, fish in a tortilla.
So if Joe doesn't like it, it doesn't count. That's the bottom line here.
No, but who does
so what's
that?
a crispy dog now?
It's a crispy dog.
Well, it's not a taco.
Didn't say it was.
I mean, it's in a crispy shell, though.
It's a crispy dog. There's a difference.
I don't really know how Pledge just put that in the ditch with a crispy dog
I'm
reference.
not sure
I'm not
either,
sure how
but
that factors into what we're doing here. But
I used to eat crispy dogs quite a bit, too.
yeah, but
by the
those
way.
wouldn't be tacos.
They're not tacos.
Not at all.
No. They're crispy dogs. With a K.
Is it really with a K?
Yes.
The hell is wrong with
Well, I
you?
love all you guys, and even though I pissed you off today, that's okay. It's my job.
Well,
see, Fred says a crispy dog is a Mexican hot dog. But, Fred, it's a crispy dog, right? You don't call it a Mexican hot dog.
Pledge tells me we got to take Marvin here. Marvin, you're on the Blitz.
Joe, why do we have the same conversation every Tuesday? Just admit you're wrong.
Because you guys are
I was
hard-headed.
wrong.
That's why, Marvin.
You were right.
You're hard-headed. That's why.
I was wrong.
And
You were right.
taco is. Every Tuesday, y'all have this conversation about what's the taco.
But not every
And
Tuesday. Every other
you're
Tuesday
wrong.
at best.
That's usually once a month.
It seems to be every Tuesday.
No, it's
You
just,
complain
it feels
about
that way,
something being a
Marvin, but it
taco.
really is just once a month, if you know what I mean.
Man.
Marvin,
He gets cranky.
So you can. What are you having for dinner tonight, Marvin?
Probably Whataburger.
Is that a taco?
No, that's a Whataburger.
Well, enjoy your Whataburger.
Appreciate you.
How do you get your Whataburger? Is
Oh,
it
good
double? Is it
Lord.
a double meat with
Nobody
jalapenos?
gives a damn what Marvin's order is.
I
Sorry,
care,
Marvin.
Marvin. See,
Double meat.
all right.
Would
See,
you say
I
no
care,
meat?
Marvin.
Bacon double cheeseburger.
Is
Make
double
it large,
cheeseburger.
taters with onion rings.
There you go. Enjoy.
If you put that in a crispy tortilla, is that a taco?
It's a burger.
Marvin, that sounds delicious.
It does.
Enjoy your dinner tonight.
I was wrong. You were right.
You know, Ray still hasn't told me what his definition of a taco
Dude,
is.
I went to Webster. We've given the official definition.
Well, I bet Webster didn't grow up in Alice or live in San Antonio. Webster's from Boston. What the hell does he know what a taco is?
How do you know Webster's from Boston?
What sounds like he's from Boston. His name's Webster.
The Oxford Dictionary.
Exactly. Love you guys.
We can all tell. Man, 3 game 2s coming up tonight. Dame Lillard makes his return. You want to make these games more exciting tonight? Make sure you download the Underdog app and play the Pick'em game, which is so much fun to play, where you just choose higher or lower on predicted stats for tonight. And during the playoffs, Underdog has this great extender promo. The extender, you play your way to increasingly bigger boosts each round of the playoffs. So your game 1 boost, game 2, it's going to be bigger. The longer the series, the bigger the boosts are going to be. Your chance to win even more money on one of the leading apps to make your sports picks. It's so much fun to play. Over 100,000 5-star reviews. Millions of fans have won billions of dollars making picks on Underdog. If you haven't done it yet, you are missing out on your chance where you could turn $1 into 1,000, and you can play for as little as $1. So download the Underdog app. Sign up with promo code STAR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Again, promo code STAR at Underdog. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska. Present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
From the San Antonio Sports Stars Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
When it comes to vaccines, it's important to get the facts. The City of San Antonio Metropolitan Health District understands that keeping your child safe is your top priority. Vaccines are safe and can help your child's immune system fight harmful germs. They protect against serious diseases and can even save lives. Because when it comes to your child's health, it's time to get real about vaccines and get the facts. Learn more at sa.gov/health. sa.gov/health.
Mellow Mushroom has the best pizza in San Antonio. Mellow delivers the best pizza experience with their delicious dough, premium ingredients, and unique flavors. Delivering a higher order of pizza is the standard. If Mellow can make a pizza this delicious, imagine what they can do with munchies, greens, calzones, and burgers. Mellow Mushroom has San Antonio's best happy hour with food specials and half-off adult beverages. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations. Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Hi, my name's Jason Thompson. I've lived in San Antonio for more than 50 years. Went to grade school, high school, and graduated from law school right here. San Antonians have trusted me as their attorney after serious injury and fatality collision since 1994. My website is alawyerforus.com. Why a lawyer for us? Well, after several years of practice, I watched as insurance companies created their own law firms solely to defend against auto claims. Today, there are very few insurance companies that do not have their own captive law firm filled with attorneys whose job is to minimize what the insurance company has to pay on an auto claim. If you or a family member is injured in a traffic collision, you will need your own attorney. Just remember alawyerforus.com. For many lawyers you see on billboards, your case will be handled by a non-lawyer or a staff lawyer. If you call me, Jason Thompson, I will be the lawyer you speak with. The initial consultation is always free. If you or a family member needs an experienced attorney you can trust, I want you to call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 900-0400. That's 210-900-0400 or alawyerforus.com.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Dallas Cowboys held their annual pre-draft press conference today, and while they say they appear to be ready to stay put at 12, team owner Jerry Jones did say today, quote, "We're looking at two things that could happen before or after the draft, two pretty substantial trades." Wow. Well, tonight we have 3 game twos in the NBA. Bucks and Pacers at 6. Dame Lillard will play. Grizz are at OKC, and the T-Wolves at LA.
This SportsCenter update brought to you by Twin Peaks.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along here on this
Taco Tuesday!
Can't believe how fired up so many people get, including friends.
Isn't that the truth?
Old retired, because he's old, Coach Danny Closa just texted me. And apparently he texted all kinds of things to my wife. was like, started texting all this beep, 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 beep. And then I realized I was texting Joanna. So then I had to apologize to her, and she said, no worries.
Yeah.
But she's probably wondering, what the
hell are they saying? So I just before we get started,
here we go.
Roberto Lafuente
Uh-huh.
wrote a message here in Spanish.
Okay.
And I know exactly what he said. He said a taco is a traditional Mexican dish consisting of a tortilla, usually made of corn or flour, filled with various ingredients, such as meat, chicken, fish, vegetables, or beans.
Literally, that's exactly what Webster said, but when Webster said it, you didn't like it.
Well,
because it wasn't written in Spanish?
Roberto put it in Spanish.
So in Spanish, they can say fish, and that makes it okay?
Well, he did. What is fish in Spanish? Pescado?
Sure.
Okay. No, that's not right, is it?
Yeah, keep talking.
Como carne is meat. Pollo is chicken. It's got to be pescado. Is that right, Roberto?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Pescado is fish.
See, there you go. Right?
Go across the hall to Norteña. See if somebody can come over here and translate this.
Yeah, I just
Is Piloto over there?
I just translated it.
I think you left out some words.
I don't think so.
I think you did.
Alexandra gave me an applause, so I'm happy.
Alexandra's really nice.
She really
She's like a third grade teacher.
Yes.
She's giving you an applause, kind of like, okay, Joe, good job.
Now
go sit down.
I like the fact that I can just, I tell
here
people,
we go.
He said, Joe, what do you do? What do you guys? I said, my job is to piss people off.
I mean,
that's my job.
I mean,
and today I have done a good job
over tacos.
I love you guys. Really, thank you for listening.
But again, one of your favorite taco joints is Dairy Queen. So again, and there's nothing wrong with that, but
Las Palapas was good today.
Yes.
Had a taco there, very good taco.
Mm-hmm.
I go to places. We start rifting off all the Mexican food places I go to. I go to good places.
What RMR can you name?
What?
Random Mexican restaurant.
Random
Mexican restaurant. RMR.
RMR. Well, I mean, it just depends on where I go. Like El Marisol is a good stop because they have great chispas there. Yeah. So that's a good place. Food's pretty good there. Not bad.
Well, it's better with the more chispas you drink. El guacamole.
Steven says, hey, Joe, is cereal soup? Of course not.
Well, by your definition.
No.
I mean, seriously, by your definition.
See, how is that? Because it's not soup. I guess it could technically be soup. It's a milk soup.
Tricks are for kids.
Yeah. You guys are great. You guys are great.
Ashley now wants you to factor in defining a puffy taco.
Well, it's a taco, but it's just puffy. It's still the basic design of a taco, right? No.
I mean,
see, I look at soft tacos, no matter what they have in them, as more of a breakfast taco. I'm just saying. Because I equate that with a breakfast taco. Good carne asada, maybe some barbacoa. What?
Breakfast what?
Taco. But it says breakfast before it, not just taco standing alone.
Yeah, but if you're ordering, do you say, give me 2 bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast tacos or
Yes.
2 bacon, egg, and cheese tacos?
No, generally where I go, I don't have to say taco. Say carne asada, little barbacoa there, maybe some fajita, maybe some chorizo. Love chorizo.
Even neighbor Hal's calling you out.
Where's Hal from? Connecticut?
Yeah. Yeah. He says El Marisol is not an RMR.
Oh, my goodness.
Which I was going to let that one slide because the YouTubers are taking care of that one. Again, you've got to have some sort of taqueria with a number on it.
That's good. Where's the place we go with the chicken? That place is great. What's the name of
Pollos
that place?
Asados Norteños?
Yes, that one.
Yeah, thanks, Pledge.
Yes.
Yes. No, we go to the one on Walsham here because it's closer to the radio station.
Yeah, it's good.
And that is fantastic.
That's good. And Thousand Oaks Cafe.
Thousand Oaks Cafe.
Fantastic.
On Austin Highway, of all places.
They have great tacos.
Great tacos. Great enchiladas there.
Yes, they do.
Tecamelina.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
thinking of my lunch spots around the radio station. So you have Tecamelina on Rittiman, but they also have that location on San Pedro, which is outstanding.
Good stuff.
And then there's some others on Long Austin Highway I couldn't name, but I know where they are.
Well, Havoc 80 says, what if I order breakfast tacos in the afternoon? Then you're having breakfast for lunch.
And you can have breakfast for dinner.
You have breakfast for dinner. It's very simple.
Life isn't that complicated.
No, it's really not.
But Ryan Engel tries to make it complicated.
No.
Kind of like listening to Jerry Jones on a pre-draft press conference day. Let's talk about it. Coming up, what Jerry had to say and what trades could he be alluding to. Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk and Taco Expert will join us next here on the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Now, some people in your taco orders could get you arrested. We know Fiesta is right around the corner, and some of you, a lot of you, are going to get arrested. Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get yourself arrested, you want to get out of jail fast. You know the best way to do that is by calling my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds. 210-225-2121 is the phone number. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before you accept them. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. Of course, they are discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. Whether it's a family member, a friend of yours, you, license number 149, whether you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
If you've been waiting and waiting to get your eyes taken care of, tired of wearing those glasses, tired of wearing those contacts, what are you waiting for? Now is the time to get it done. At Manrique Custom Vision Center, Dr. Manrique prides himself in getting you out of those glasses or contacts with his blade and pain-free LASIK, which is totally safe and comfortable. It will give you the best possible vision, and you can throw out the glasses and contacts. They've got over 25 years of experience, and they've done over 72,000 laser vision corrections. They offer financing to all with up to 36 months interest-free. Give them a call today to set it up. 210-354-2020. Come and see the Manrique difference for yourself. Every patient benefits from a customized vision plan that they bring to life with state-of-the-art technology, a variety of options to help make your treatment an investment you can afford, and the right people. Change your vision, change your life today. It's Manrique, 210-354-2020.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wilco, live in concert. Sweet and Sour Spring 2025. The ESPY, May 6th. With special guest, Waxahachie. Wilco. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit wilcoworld.net.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Ever feel like everything in life is moving at hyperspeed? Slow things down with the all-new Nissan Murano, an unapologetic refuge amidst the daily hustle and bustle. Re-energize with massaging leather-appointed seats to melt away the tension of a busy day. Escape into your favorite music with a Bose premium sound system, or set the vibe with ambient mood lighting. Because sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Check out the all-new Nissan Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof, ambient lighting, and massaging leather-appointed seats are optional features.
You know the Roo Pub is proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
George gets justice. The accident wasn't your fault, but now you're facing pain, bills, and uncertainty. You don't have to do it alone at George Salinas Injury Lawyers. They listen, explain your options, and fight for what you deserve. No upfront costs, no stress, just real help when you need it. If you've been injured, it's time to get George. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com. George gets justice. Getgeorge.com.
This is the home of the Aggies, and this is Andrew Monaco. You're locked on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minnick. Jerry and company had their pre-draft press conference today that was interesting just because it wasn't as nutty as a lot of Cowboy press conferences are. Let's talk about it with Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us here on the Buyers Barricades guest line. I was kind of surprised just how normal today's press conference was by Cowboy standards. Did you kind of feel the same?
Yeah, I do. There wasn't anything of, other than Jerry talking about possible trades that they're working on. There really wasn't, a lot of surprise or intrigue, I guess, as it were. Not as much as you certainly expected there to be when the Cowboys have a press conference and it involves Jerry Jones. You don't, you expect a little more than that.
Well, Charean, let's talk about that comment that Jerry made there, because, look, I don't think people give Jerry enough credit. And I think he says things just to get us talking, and he's certainly done that, because you look on anywhere right now and people are talking, oh, Jerry Jones talking about trades. Do you think he means the same thing as he meant by we're going all in? His definition is different than ours when it comes to that?
No, I don't. I do think they are working on some trades, and whether they happen or not is a totally different matter. They may happen, they may not happen. But I do think he's talking about trades. I don't think he would have said that if he didn't. The all-in thing, he certainly said it. And I know he was mad at Clarence Hill, the Star-Telegram thing, and he set him up. But he didn't set him up. He did say it. But I don't know. I think that was an instance when he was trying to get the hype train going again. I don't think this is that. I do think there is some trade talk going on, and I think there's a chance that they can make deals. Now, do the deals involve veteran players, or do the deals involve, trade with Houston for the 12th overall pick, which has seemed to gain some steam here? So, we'll end up seeing if any of these come to fruition, but I do think that they're talking to some people about trades. We just don't know exactly what those trades are.
Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk here on the Blitz. Gut feeling just listening to Jerry today, and not one but two substantial type trades, and I don't know if Because if there's two, then there's more value if he's only talking to one, if that's a smoke screen or not. But do you think it's more about moving back or moving up, or could it be maybe a star player like Micah Parsons not being with the Cowboys for very long since they don't have that deal done yet?
Well, I think, they've already said that the chances of them moving up is remote, that it's more likely to be down. And history tells you that. This is a team that you can look at their history doing anything. We did it with the coaching search. They were either going to hire somebody they were familiar with or somebody who had previous head coaching experience, and that's what they did. Jerry has a history, and just follow the history. And the recent history is we're willing to trade back, we're not willing to trade up. And they've done it here in recent years. They've done that. Last time they moved up, obviously was from Morris Claiborne, and it didn't work out as well as they would have liked, and they haven't done it since. In the first round I'm talking about. Last time they signed a player to a big money contract, Brandon Carr, didn't work out exactly like they wanted. They haven't done that since. So recent history tells you, A, they're not going to spend a lot of money in free agency. They're not going to go after the big names. They got burned there. And history will tell you they're not going to trade up, real high and get a player, especially a player that they didn't even have in for a pre-draft visit, because that didn't work out. So history tells us they're more likely to trade back than they are to trade up. And Stephen flat out said that at the owners' meetings last month, that the odds are that they'll trade back and not trade up. So, how far back are they willing to go? A lot of it is just going to depend on who's on the board at that point. So let's say the top two receivers and Genty are all gone. At that point, I think they're going to be more than willing to back up and see what they can do later in the draft and possibly get another number one pick for 2026. So that makes a lot of sense to me. The Micah thing, Micah's going to be on the team. There's no question about that. He's going to be with the Cowboys long term. Jerry and Micah have a deal that they've agreed to without the agent being involved, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that. This thing's going to get done. The only question is when it's going to get done. If Micah didn't think they were going to get it done, he wouldn't have shown up to the voluntary work. Now, he has missed a day. It's not like he's been there every single day, but he's shown up for most of the voluntary work so far over the last 2 weeks. So, it's going to get done, and he'll be with the Cowboys long term.
Charean, I tend to agree with you there, but then you hear Stephen Jones today saying that Cowboys numbers and Micah's numbers are not the same place.
Yeah, and Jerry said we have a number. Who are you going to believe? Jerry, they contradicted each other. If you want to talk about an intriguing part of the press conference, that was probably it. Is the two Joneses saying different things, and I'm writing that right now as we speak, and I was kind of waiting to see how people translated that because they said two different things. And Jerry said, basically, we got it done. I'm comfortable with it. Don't need to adjust it. It's good, And Stephen's saying, well, if the numbers were right, we'd already have the deal done. So who knows? Who knows where they are? But again, I don't think Michael would have shown up if he didn't feel like that they had made progress on a deal. There wouldn't be any reason to show up. Like, you want to protect yourself and not be injured and make a point of, hey, I'm not coming out here if you guys aren't going to talk contract. And I'm not, like CD did last year, I'm not going to show up until you show me that there's a deal. And Micah did show up, which he hasn't done in recent years, which tells me that he does think that they are close. How close, I don't know. When it's going to get done, I don't know. But I truly don't think he would have shown up if he thought they were far away.
Charean Williams, Pro Football Talk, joining us here on The Blitz, talking Cowboys. The other interesting part about today's press conference was how much we heard from Brian Schottenheimer. I joked on the show yesterday, I don't even know why he goes, because you rarely hear from the head coach at these deals. Do we read anything into that about how much his voice really is carrying in the room? Because we didn't hear Mike McCarthy talk that much, or Jason Garrett. I was stunned at how much Brian Schottenheimer said today, was allowed to say today.
Yeah, I agree with you because this is usually a Jerry and Stevens show, and it still was that. If you start looking at the quotes, DallasCowboys.com has some Schottenheimer, but there's not many other people who use Schottenheimer quotes, even though he did talk a lot, and that may be later on in this week, Wednesday, Thursday, you'll see some more stuff from Brian Schottenheimer that's left over because he'll be second day, third day type deal. But he did talk an awful lot more than previous coaches have talked from the Cowboys when they've shown up to this press conference. It's a Charean Stevens show. So it does make you wonder whether he's going to have something more of a say in who they draft this year, maybe more than what McCarthy and some other coaches have.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. The draft always is. Question, though, Charean, why do you think Stephon Gilmore was in the building today?
I don't know. They made light of it that he was in it. I haven't looked at the transactions wire yet to see if they listed him as a visit. And even if he was in the building, by rule, they should have to say that he was in the building. So I don't know. I don't know if he was there just actually on a visit or if he was just meeting some players there or what his purpose was for being at the Star. And it really is very interesting. And I think he'd be a good signing if they could get him for a low number. I think that'd be a great signing for the Cowboys. I think he's still got a little bit left in him. He's not going to be an every down player for you. But you saw what happened at the cornerback position for the Cowboys last year, all the injuries they had and all the injuries they have going into this year. So I think he'd be a good signing for the Cowboys if they can get him for cheap.
Yeah, and for cheap, and that's music to Jerry's ears. You just said something I feel like I should know this, but I'll ask anyway. If a player, in his case, he's not under contract with any team, is he allowed to just show up and work at the facility or go visit friends since he did play there? Or if a player is in a facility, they have to report it to the league in some sort of public forum? I didn't know that was the case. I thought he might be there having lunch with a buddy.
Well, and it kind of depends on where he was how far he went into the building at the Star, because the Star is, part of it is a public facility. So it depends on, did he go down to the weight room? Did he go down to the locker room? If he did that, then they would be required to report his visit. If he just showed up and walked by the press room and went to some office down there, went to the MRI room or wherever. I mean, there's tons of offices in that building. If he went there for some other reason, then it wouldn't have to be reported. So the Cowboys, because of the way their building is set up, it's an it depends type thing that you wouldn't have in many other buildings around the league. If he shows up in the building in Indianapolis or Tampa Bay or somewhere else, it's not a public building, then they absolutely would have to report it. But the Star is a little bit different than other buildings. So it depends on exactly where he was and what he was doing there.
Charean, I'm curious, just the draft overall. There's reports out today, and I know we're going to see reports, whether they're true or not, from now until Thursday. Yeah. But Browns and the Giants fielding trade calls for the second and third overall picks. It's not a good quarterback draft, and the Titans are going to take what everybody thinks is the best guy in Cam Ward, it appears. Do you think that's accurate? And because of the it's not a good quarterback draft, and because there's some good players there, but do you think we could see some fireworks at those two positions?
I don't know. It would seem to me that it would go the other way, and because it's not a quarterback, that teams aren't going to be interested in trading up and given what it would take to get up there to get a Travis Hunter or an Abdul Carter. Yes, they're very good players, but they're not quarterbacks. So are you giving up a first-round pick next year? And maybe you say, Travis Hunter plays two positions, so we get a two-position player. Or maybe you say Abdul Carter plays a premier position, and we're willing to give up that one for the next year. But it's not a quarterback. It's not the guy that touches the ball every single play. And that, to me, is what spurs the trades. It's not any other position. So I would tend to think it's going to go the other way, and we're going to see far fewer trades. This is the first draft in the modern era since the merger in 1970. We go back into the 60s, the last time this has happened, that every team right now holds its own number one first-round draft pick. I hate number one, but a first-round draft pick. Every team owns their own pick in the first round. First time that's happened since the merger, beyond the merger. So kind of interesting that we haven't seen those trades for these picks. And I think there's going to be far fewer trades in the first round than we've seen in recent years.
Interesting, because I'm just waiting for the chaos to begin. Do you say that because the value of all those, it just got too costly to make a trade?
Yes, and maybe we will. Maybe the Texans want a particular offensive lineman. They're willing to trade up to the Cowboys to get that, to give away. Just giving away first-round picks, if it's not the quarterback position, I just think that's too much to pay. I do. And maybe that's just me, but I think most teams feel like that unless it's the quarterback, you're not giving up a first-round draft pick the next year. Now, maybe if you have two next year, maybe you're more willing to do that. There's a couple teams, I think, that have 2 first-rounders next year, so maybe you're willing to do that. If you have multiple first-round picks next year, you're willing to give up one of those, like Houston did a couple years ago, moving up to get Will Anderson because they had an extra pick the next year. But it's just expensive. It's really expensive to move up. And sometimes, you look at what the Eagles did, bypassing Micah Parsons, trading with the Cowboys. They move up, and Micah Parsons still fell to the Cowboys, and they got, Micah Parsons. And, we've seen it over and over again. The Eagles traded, and I hate to pick on the Eagles because they've been really good at drafting, but way back in the day, they traded up to get Mike Mamula, as we all know, and the Buccaneers ended up with Warren Sapp, the future Hall of Famer. So, I think you stay where you are, you go down, or unless there's a player that you really, really think puts you over the top. If you're one player away, I can see doing it. Unless it's the quarterback position. I get that. If you give up the first round, you have a quarterback that you think is it. He's going to be your franchise guy. You can be willing to give up that pick next year to go get him. There's no quarterbacks in this draft who are worth that. There's not one quarterback in this draft who's worth giving that up. Now, okay, if Abdul Carter he's the one player you need to put you over the top, maybe you go do that. Travis Hunter, maybe you go do that. But if you're not one player away, I just don't see giving up all the capital you're going to have to give up to move up to get one of those 2 players.
All right, Charean, I've got to ask you, everything stays the way it is, and the Cowboys drafted number 12, and they go wide receiver. Do you like Golden or do you like McMillan?
I think they're going to go McMillan if they're both there. If McMillan's not there, then it's going to be Golden. And, if those 2 are gone and Genty's gone, which very well could be the case, then that's when I think we see the Cowboys move down. I think at that point they'll say, hey, let's move down and get either one of those other receivers, get an offensive lineman, get defensive tackle, get, something else, edge rush, whatever it is. Let's move down and let's try to get more draft capital. These are the 3 guys we had that we really wanted. And if they're all gone, when pick 12 comes, that's what I think you're going to see them do. But I think it's McMillan first and Golden second.
The McMillan part, he had that interview, and I know it was a snippet from an interview, but it concerns me when he talked about not loving football and not wanting to watch film. And when I saw that, I was like, I can't spend a 12 on you. Johnny Manziel, Kyler Murray type. Yep. I don't. And Schottenheimer talks a lot about speed. How much does that interview affect McMillan, do you think, or the teams doing more so than just asking him and him, backtracking and doing damage control? Like, can they request, hey, Arizona coaching staff, can we have a copy of his iPad and see how much film he actually watched?
They can ask. I don't know if they're willing to give it up or not. But you're right. It is a concern. Now, wide receiver is a totally different position than quarterback, and we've seen some not so bright, as a nice way to put it, wide receivers excel in this league because you can just tell them, hey, here's what you're doing on this play, and if they're good route runners and they have speed, then that that makes up for a lot at that position. So it's not as big a concern as it would be with Johnny Manziel, who we know never watched film. I sat in film sessions as he was preparing for the draft that year, and he was with Kevin O'Connell, and hours in that room. We sat in that room, and he was breaking down film. He'd never watched film before, and he didn't watch it as first year in Cleveland, which is why he didn't do very well. So, that's a position where you very much need to watch film. Receiver, not as much. Is it a concern? Yes. I'm sure they had him break down stuff for them to see what he knew, to have him. I'm sure they had him watch film with them, if teams that are interested in him, to see what he knew, what he was watching on film, what he saw. And so they would learn a lot from that, his knowledge of football and exactly what he was doing. But again, I don't think it's as big a concern as it would be at the quarterback position.
Follow her on Twitter at NFL Charean, read her at Pro Football Talk. It's going to be a fun week, Charean. We'll talk about who the new Cowboys are next Tuesday.
All right. See y'all then.
Appreciate it. Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Talk some NBA playoffs coming up here on the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
First, though, we got to talk Stevens Roofing. I love talking about Stevens Roofing. They are a family-owned company, a local company, and, well, they're the absolute best in the business. I don't think there's any question about that. They've been in business here in San Antonio and South Texas for so long. And they've got a long list of satisfied customers, that's for sure. Rain is in the forecast. You need to remember Stevens Roofing, and you need to write this number down if you're able to do so, 210-785-0994. You want to make sure your roof can sustain whatever Mother Nature has to throw at it. And this time of year, boy, you lived here for any time at all, you know that those thunderstorms can just pop up out of nowhere, and you never know how rough they're going to be with the hail, the wind, the lightning, all of that kind of stuff. And the team at Stevens Roofing wants you to have that peace of mind. So right now, what they're doing when you give them a call at 210-785-0994, they're going to come out and give you a free, no-obligation roof inspection. They'll check out your roof to see what it is. If you need a new roof, they'll let you know. If you need a minor repair or just a simple confirmation that your roof is in great shape, they'll let you know that as well. Either way, they're going to give you the peace of mind you need when you know those storms are going to come rolling in. Stevens Roofing and Solar, the best in the business. Give them a call, 210-785-0994.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Wednesday on the Morning Huddle, it's Draft Day Eve. We'll talk about the latest mocks, who's going where.
Can't take my eyes off the countdown clock, but I'll watch some basketball. 3 games in the league. We'll get you caught up on all the games. Get up early. Party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Gentlemen, testosterone levels can start dropping in your 30s, leading to low energy, reduced libido, and slower metabolism. Rock's Discount Vitamins is making it easy to take back control. No appointments and no prescriptions. Just head into a Rock's and walk out with a natural solution tailored to you. Our powerful line of natural testosterone boosters can help increase energy, build muscle, rev up your metabolism, and reignite your drive. You'll feel the difference and fast. Visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com. We thank God in South Texas.
Hey, listen up, San Antonio. Multiple tours overseas, long nights monitoring cyber activity, years of protecting the country. It all adds up at University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn up to 90 credits for prior learning, military experience, and training. We call that credit where credit is due. Whether you're active duty and looking at what's next, or a veteran looking for something new, our degrees and certificate programs teach the application of emerging technologies and enduring life skills. So get started on a degree or certificate with personalized local support services and online and hybrid courses right here in San Antonio. UMGC keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials replacing textbooks in most courses, reduced tuition rates for eligible service members and their families, and scholarships for those who qualify. Get started here in San Antonio. Visit UMGC at San Antonio or umgc.edu/SATX.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-383-7733. That's 800-383-7733.
Paid for by Wesley Financial
Hi,
Group.
my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio where I've practiced for more than 30 years. And San Antonio has really grown since I started practicing law. The risk of injury in a car crash today is greater than it's ever been because every day we're forced to share our roads with 80,000-pound 18-wheelers and some truly dangerous drivers. If you or a family member is injured in a car crash, know this. The insurance companies are mobilized against you. They have highly trained adjusters and a long roster of attorneys with one job: pay as little as possible. Their techniques are extensive, and I believe you have zero chance of obtaining a fair recovery on your own. If you're involved in a car crash, you need to hire an attorney as soon as possible after the collision and before you speak to the insurance company's adjusters. Now, I do not have a comic book nickname. I do not call myself the Law Eagle, the Tiger Lawyer, the Law Chupacabra. I think the practice of law needs to be taken more seriously. If you've been injured, call me, Jason Thompson, for a free consultation. My number is 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400, or my website, alawyerforus.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. And the hockey playoffs have been incredible. The New Jersey Devils right now with a 1-0 lead on the Carolina Hurricanes in Game 2 of this series. Carolina took Game 1, so a big game for the New Jersey Devils. The Dallas Stars last night won a thriller in overtime. So did Washington. And that's the extent of hockey talk we're allowed here in San Antonio, because I'm guessing 4 of you probably saw those. Because we were all watching basketball.
You're shooting a little high there, aren't you?
There are more hockey fans here than you think.
4.
There's more hockey people here. Military City, USA. There are people that are listening that didn't grow up in Alice, Texas, and people that aren't from here that have a better understanding of hockey and what a taco is than you do, Joe Reinagel.
I love Joshua here. He says we need to talk about humping on Hump Day if we're talking about tacos on Taco Tuesday. We usually talk about humping pretty much, I don't know, every day at some point in time. So there you go.
Josh has a little baby at home. He understands what that is.
Well, of course he does.
Well, sometimes, though, you meet our listeners and you wonder, wow, you actually found someone. And
The
Josh falls into
generosity of
that.
women.
Yeah,
Yes.
Josh falls into that category.
The generosity of women.
Thank God.
Yes.
You could say that. I could say that.
No doubt.
Every dude out here listening.
Yes, I totally agree with that
God
statement.
bless America.
Yes.
Yes. Thank goodness.
Well, we can agree to disagree. Don't you hate it when people say that?
You know, when they say that, Joe, they're tired of arguing with you because they realize they're arguing with a wall, because we can agree to disagree on that.
Well,
let's move on.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Again, wall.
We can agree to disagree. It's almost like we can't skip steps. Jeez, there's a lot of phrases I'd like to outlaw.
Really?
Yes. Gilbert P. Asian tacos. Is that an egg roll or what?
Egg roll is completely different, sir.
I don't know. Eject.
Sometimes you need to read and not read it out loud for the first time. Like,
no kidding.
Like you got the other day with one. Sometimes just read, process, and move on.
Well, it just the brain tells
Yes.
the mouth, and the mouth has a mind of its own sometimes, you know? It just says stuff.
I am Ron Burgundy.
Exactly, right.
Took him a while to figure that one out, but yes. Although we were having a conversation today with Dax, our boss, who always looks like he's running for state rep or something. Or should be Ron Burgundy.
Yes. Ron Burgundy is good.
Dude wears a suit and tie every day.
He looks sharp every day.
Yeah, but dude, you're in San Antonio, man. You're in San Antonio.
Yeah.
But we were talking about your TV days today.
Yes.
Because Ken's Five's going to be in tomorrow doing some stuff on Joe. And, TV legend and all.
Yeah, that's it.
And Joe was like, prompter, I didn't write a script, and you couldn't read my script if you wanted, because of the way I like, if Joe fell ill 3 minutes before the sports would have started, nobody else could have read that script and gotten through sports.
Nobody. I promise you. I wrote so fast, and there were so many typos. My poor director, Ray, over there, the 10 o'clock director, man, he didn't know where to go sometimes. But I think we worked together for so long, he finally figured it out. So,
well, I mean, that's true. At some point, you figure out where you're going, even if you have no idea where you're going. I kind of know, and you get there. But if it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that watched Joe for 25 years, there was never a script. There wasn't a script.
Very rarely.
He learned from Dan Cook.
Yeah.
There were no scripts.
Very rarely was there a script. And it just sounded a little more natural, I think. That I don't know why I did it. Maybe just laziness.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Especially when I was out on, covering the Spurs or whatever the case may be on a live shot. There are no scripts.
Yeah, Spurs won today. Have it written down here, 121. Back in those days, Spurs won today, 83-79. Here's what Pop said after the game. He was happy with the defense.
Exactly. Yeah, just
all right.
Get to the soundbite.
Back to you.
Get to the soundbite.
Yep,
I'd always have a little something catchy, something funny.
Really?
Of course.
Define funny.
Well, I amused myself. That's all that matters.
That really is all that matters.
Really
now,
is.
You talk about amusing television and great television inside the NBA. Now, games tonight, you got a couple that are on TNT, which is great, so we get the guys again. They've had quite a run. In fact, last night, Shaq actually pulled a Reinagel right in the middle of the segment.
Underestimate the other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp.
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it.
He can't hold it.
After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's at first.
He can't hold it.
Unless
he's got something.
That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was
not planned. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol to clear up his
No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what?
Olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not like his gait as he left. That was not a typical walk right there.
Hey, he been drinking, he says, he read somewhere if you drink a shot of olive oil.
I saw them doing that the other day in the makeup room.
They've been doing it. They're going to do it. You have to do it for 2 weeks.
Well, you're going to miss a lot of airtime then.
Hey, I just hope we got enough matches around here.
Please turn his mic off. That's all. That's another issue.
Hey, somebody go get some lighters. Oh my God!
All right, yeah, let's.
You can't even. How do we segue from that? You can't even. What I was going to say about Kawhi earlier before he goes, we need to get the thing. He reminds. Oh, here he is. Oh yeah. I've seen that face before.
Serious look.
I can see it. Now he's lifting.
There was the gate. There's like number one, drinking that water.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, man. Drinking that water.
Drinking that water, huh?
Chuck, stop talking so damn much.
What do you mean?
Finish your point so we can go to break.
We waiting on you, fool.
I'm sitting here like, shut the hell up and hurry up. Sorry about that, America. Number one to me.
Thanks for sharing. I don't need any more details than that.
Yeah. Like they're waiting on you, fool.
Yeah. I'm glad it was one. He wouldn't have been back if it were two.
No, he had to.
Lines that you typically don't hear. I saw them doing that in the makeup room the other day. TV guy. I'm so glad ESPN has picked up Inside the NBA for next year, because that is one of the best sports shows on television.
That's the best.
Although their medical advice might not be the greatest, we have that. That's our injury update, powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine, online at tsaog.com. Joining us on the Buyers Barricades guest line, Dr. Eloy Ochoa. Does that olive oil thing work, Doc?
Hey, guys. You know what? Apparently it sounds like it is working for them. But, it's hard to follow up inside the NBA. Those guys are a tough act to follow.
Well, they are, although it brings up a question. We do live radio, but we get commercials, and, you time out when you have to make a run. If you're in the operating room, what do you do if you got to pull a shack?
It's pretty rare. You try to, take care of business before and after, but you actually, you can, if you have to, there's somebody else in there, and there's an anesthesiologist, and you can actually go out for 2 or 3 minutes now. It's super, luckily it never happens, but there are people who have to have, 14-hour surgeries and 12-hour surgeries. You need to have some relief at some point.
Well, exactly. I mean, you're going to wear a diaper or something? I mean, just keep going.
Put a catheter or something like that.
Power through it. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, at some point you can't have an accident because the room's sterile, right?
That's true. That's true.
Wow.
Dr. Ochoa joining us here on the Blitz. A random injury with the Texas Rangers last week. Patrick Corbin was getting ready for a start, but his foot was bothering him. He was able to play through. It's a very bizarre injury. They've determined it was a venomous bite from something. They have no idea what bit this dude on the foot.
Yeah. That happens more often than you think, and the foot is the area that gets affected the most for various, obvious reasons. It's closer to the ground, and that's where insects can reach it easiest, or they'll crawl into your boots and stuff. It could be scorpion bites, spider bites. And, if it's a venomous bite, it can cause a little bit of, some of the cells around the bite to die. And it kind of looks like it can look scary, when you look at the wound. But eventually, especially young, healthy people, they're going to bounce back from that eventually, and it'll all get better.
That's interesting. You just never know, right? Would something bite you, what it's going to do to you. That's crazy. Let's talk football. Doc, J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback for the Vikings, he lost his rookie season. It was kind of sad because they had high expectations with a torn meniscus. He is back now, and looks like without any kind of stranglehold on him or any limitations is the word I'm looking for. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, it's typical now. Lots of different reasons to have those meniscus tears in young, high-performance athletes. Trauma can do it on the field, obviously, and the nice thing about that for the short term is that there's not a lot of surrounding arthritis associated with the meniscus tear, so addressing the tear itself arthroscopically, which usually means either clipping out a little piece of the torn piece so it's no longer there, kind of feels like a hangnail before you use a nail clipper to kind of get rid of the hangnail, then the pain goes away. Similar to that, or sometimes they're actually repairable. And either one, once you finish your rehab and recovery process, you don't really have any limitations. Now, over the long run, over, say 5, 10, 15 years, you may have a little higher likelihood to develop arthritis in the knee, and that could be an issue down the road. Now, the other reason they get these is because you're already developing arthritis in the knee, and then that's the one that's a little bit more guarded, but obviously it's not like you can wrap him in a bubble. If he's going to come back to play, he's going to have to come back and play and see how his knee responds.
Going to be interesting. Now, Jason Tatum with the Boston Celtics now listed as doubtful for Game 2 after suffering a bone bruise in his right wrist during Game 1 on Sunday. One, can you tell us what a bone bruise is? And then for a basketball player on your wrist, It seems like, well, that'd be difficult to play basketball, but he's listed as doubtful, so I guess there's a chance he could play?
Yeah, it probably is going to it's going to depend on how sensitive that bone bruise is and what part of the wrist it happened. Because as you can imagine, there are certain bone bruises that are only going to affect the person if they fall on it again really hard. And that doesn't always happen in the course of a game, especially depending on the way they're taught to fall. Now they fall mainly on their chest, and they try to avoid falling on their hands and wrists so they don't get these bone bruises and wrist sprains. But if it's a bone bruise in a part of the wrist that it's affecting, snapping, especially if it's a shooting wrist, but, or passing, if it affects that kind of movement or activity or forceful gripping, then obviously that's where the, scenario where he might have to hold out for a game or two until he feels strong enough to use it.
Because this isn't one of those things like Ja Morant's ankle where they could just give him a couple of shots, numb it up. He doesn't even feel it, right? That it wouldn't work that same way.
It could if the bone bruise is in a safe area of the wrist where it's not at risk of further damage. That would be something they would consider.
Interesting. Learn something new every day.
Absolutely. We always do every Tuesday.
Absolutely. Always appreciate the knowledge and insight, Doc. Appreciate you.
No worries. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate it. Dr. Eloy Ochoa with the injury update powered up by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Online at tsaog.com. Dr. Ochoa and all our guests on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Now we got a full slate of games tonight. 3 games on tap coming up tonight. Indiana, Milwaukee could be interesting. It'll be interesting if Oklahoma City and Memphis ends up being a good game. The Thunder favored by 14.5 after they won by 51 in Game 1.
Well, you got to wonder. I mean, if you're OKC, are you a little overconfident coming into tonight's game after what you did to Memphis? And Memphis has got to be embarrassed as hell.
They do. But I just think the talent gulf is just that much.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would touch a line that's 14.5.
I don't know. I took Miami the other day plus 13.5 and got beat.
Well, that's in Memphis. I mean, I expect OKC to win, but will we get a better game? ESPN Radio certainly hopes so, because that is the national game tonight. Coming up next here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. The Morning Huddle gets going tomorrow morning at 6. We're back tomorrow at 2 here on the Blitz.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
Take advantage of pre-tariff pricing during Truck Month at North Park Chevrolet. Get 2.9% financing for 72 months on new Silverado 1500s. A new Colorado Crew Cab posted at $29,999. $5,000 off MSRP on a new Equinox. 4.8% financing for 84 months on new Tahoes and Suburbans. Together, let's drive at North Park Chevrolet. 10 minutes outside Loop 410 in Castroville or at npchevy.com. Must qualify. Call 830-355-2107 for full price and offer details.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
Hi, my name's Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney and have been representing people injured in auto and commercial truck collisions right here in San Antonio, my hometown, since 1994. Getting into a collision can be a life-altering event. Your health and recovery is the only thing that really matters, and anyone that's ever been injured in a traffic collision will tell you that. How do you get the insurance company to pay? Simple. Call me. As your attorney, my job is to get you through this. The decisions you make immediately after a collision are the most important decisions you can make. If you call me as soon as you can after a collision, I will help you make the right decisions for you and your family. Remember, I do not charge for a consultation. Growing up on the southwest side of San Antonio, when Loop 410 was the edge of town, I know how overwhelming it could be to face a giant insurance company all on your own. Just keep it simple. Call me. My number is 210-900-0400. That's 900-0400. Or go to my website at lawyerforus.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw an internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Reverse jam, Charean. Jokic for three. Tatum for three. Another one. Good for Steph Curry. Doncic for three. Good. Wemby for three. Good. Anthony Edwards beyond the arc. Hits it. Gilgeous-Alexander from three and buries it. Combo winds up and throws it home. Brunson rattled it home. James hits it right from the NBA logo.
With the latest NBA news, insights, scores, and analysis, this is NBA Countdown on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
The league's best team certainly has a tough act to follow.
It's gone final from Oklahoma City. The Thunder, the best team in the league all year long with 68 wins, their biggest playoff win ever. It's the largest Game 1 win in the history of the NBA playoffs as the Oklahoma City Thunder beat down Memphis by 51, 131-80 the final.
And Mark Kestecher summed up the series opener. Game 1 was the sixth time a team has won an NBA postseason game by 50-plus points. The Thunder held the Grizzlies to nearly 42 points below their season scoring average. OKC had more points at the 9-minute mark of the third than Memphis had for the game. Thunder starters totaled 80 points despite 4 of the 5 players playing less than half the game. The Thunder scored 15-plus straight points twice. Alex Caruso was the only OKC player of the 13 who played that didn't score, but even he had a plus 30 when on the score for the 12 minutes that he played. Jalen Williams, plus 44 rating, highest of any Thunder player in a playoff game since they moved to OKC. And how about this? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored a season-low 15 points, only made 4 shots. Yet again, the difference was 51. The NBA studios are presented by Grainger. Draw up a winning play with Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
Shai stops on the three-point line, goes to Lou Dort from the left angle. His triple goes down,
52-45. The Game 1 rout continues here in Oklahoma City. It's gone final from Oklahoma City. The Thunder, the best team in the league all year long with 68 wins, their biggest playoff win ever. It's the largest Game 1 win in the history of the NBA playoffs as the Oklahoma City Thunder beat down Memphis by 51.
Felt good. I mean, I think we just wanted to come in, stay locked in, go possession by possession. It's the first game, so still we got to stay locked in, especially in the playoffs, being in a couple playoff series. First game doesn't really matter, but we still want to come in, stay locked in, and we just got to keep doing that.
Yeah, the Thunder scored 131 points, tied for the third most in a playoff game in franchise history. Their most since 2016. They had 37 assists, second most gives in a playoff game in team history. For the Grizzlies, the 51-point loss, clearly their largest loss in playoff franchise history. For them, it's simply about throwing away the series opener. As Ja was saying, they will never play that bad again. For a look ahead at Game 2, here's PJ Carlissimo and Mark Kestisher.
Jim, thank you. We welcome everybody back to Oklahoma City, where on Sunday afternoon we witnessed an NBA playoff beatdown like the league hadn't seen in a decade. A 51-point decision. Thunder led by as many as 58. Memphis, by the way, held 41 points below their scoring average during the regular year. And, PJ, I think the Thunder said all the right things at practice that we attended yesterday. They expect a better Grizzlies effort tonight. They have things to clean up themselves. But it just felt like a giant statement the best team during the regular year put out there on day one of the playoffs for themselves.
Yeah, we didn't know what to expect, Kesty. They had a week off between games. Good news, bad news. You don't play for a week. They had rested a couple of their key players the last 2 or 3 games of the regular season. So you had some guys who hadn't played a competitive game in 10 days, so you don't know what to expect. I'll tell you what, they should do it every time because you can't play any better than they played, particularly on the defensive end. Their defense was just stifling. Memphis had trouble completing passes, getting penetration, getting a look that wasn't contested, finishing shots in the lane. So you can't play any better defensively than the Oklahoma City Thunder played for at least 3.5 quarters on Sunday.
Well, the Grizzlies didn't practice yesterday despite the loss. They did film work. I'm not sure if they burned those tapes after using them, but what signs do you need to see to know they have a legit chance to even this series tonight?
Well, it's one of those offense feeds the defense. They just didn't put the ball in the basket the entire game. So as a result of that, OKC was playing downhill. They were running. They had transition numbers. They never really had a play against Memphis's defense, so that they were downhill the whole time. As a result of that, I mean, OKC's good enough to begin with, but giving them that advantage, they kept putting the ball in the basket. Memphis had to take it out every time, and they're playing against OKC's set defense on the other side. So the key for me is going to be team that's number 2 in the league in scoring, Memphis, has to put the ball in the basket. Make OKC take it out of bounds. As simple as that sounds, and not turn the ball over. That was the other thing that just fed into OKC being in transition the entire game.
Well, Mark Daigneault, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, he pointed out he expects a different Memphis team tonight. He also pointed out that both teams down 0-1 last night got victories on the road. We'll see if the Grizzlies can make a run at Oklahoma City tonight. OKC 5-0 against Memphis. This year, they won the last 10 meetings, including Game 1 by 51, and that was with MVP candidate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scoring a season-low 15. He hasn't had back-to-back games under 20 points in 3 years. We'll see what happens tonight. Tip-off coming up. First, back to the studio. Here's Jim Baskell.
All right, Kesty, we look forward to it, and I'm sure Memphis is looking forward to a more competitive game tonight.
Bounce pass for the baseline, tipped away, and here come the Thunder again. Jalen Williams sends it to Wiggins, who puts it up, and it's alley-ooped in. Jalen Williams, another highlight reel play. The Thunder 63, Memphis 28.
Teams that go up 2 games to none in a best-of-7 have won the series 92% of the time. Of those 28 teams that go up 2-0, only 2 had more than 60 wins in the regular season. Thunder 16-9 in series when winning game 1 of a best-of-7, 3 resulting in sweeps, including last year's first round against the Pelicans. Their coach, Mark Daigneault, with PJ Carlissimo and Mark Kestisher.
Jim, thank you very much. Coach, even as big of a win as Game 1 is, are there still things you nitpick about the game in the hours leading up to Game 2?
Yeah, I mean, there's always things we can improve on, but then the other thing is understanding that it's a brand new game and nothing from that game carries over. We're also going to get a more motivated, fresher, more prepared opponent tonight. And you look no further than the games last night with Detroit and with the Clippers. Like, those teams down 0-1 on the road came in hungry, and we've got to understand we're going to have a hungry opponent tonight.
Mark, you did so many things well, but two of the things that really impressed me, because I think, even though you got your top 10 in both of them also, Memphis is so good in second chance points and paint points, and you dominated them in those two categories, which was really impressive.
Yeah, I think, Edey is such a driver of that, and I think Hartenstein did a great job on him in those minutes. And then the paint, some of that's just they didn't convert on some stuff that I think they normally would make. I thought we did a good job, but not that good of a job. They missed some shots too. So, but that's an emphasis for us against them, is putting them in a crowd, making them play in the closeouts, not letting them get their initial drives. A lot of that's in transition. We did a decent job there. So, but again, easier said than done with this team. They're obviously very good at it.
Lou and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are both, I guess, senior statesmen, if you will, here. Is Lou kind of a leader, veteran leader? Are they kind of both the same? Does he have that role at all?
Yeah, I mean, they both more by example than like any speeches. Lou especially, he doesn't say much, but I've always said, they've been here from the jump, and our physicality and our fearlessness comes from Lou, and our confidence comes from Shai. Those guys just embody that with how they play every night. Lou is always physical. He's always competitive. He's always fearless. Shai's always confident and poised, and that has an unbelievable contagion effect on our team.
For the Grizzlies, Ja Morant took 17 shots. All were contested in the game. When your defense is at its best, what's the common denominator of why it works so well?
I think a lot of it is just like pressure, defensive pressure, and starts with like getting back and getting to 5-on-5 so that you can pressure, but making them feel us, getting chest to chest with them, leveraging our quickness and our physicality, and that starts the tone of the possessions, and it usually puts you in an advantage when you could do that. But this is a fast team that's going to try to loosen the game up tonight in a lot of different ways, and so we've got to be ready for that thrust.
Appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
It's Mark Daigneault, head coach of Oklahoma City. Let's go back to the studio and Jim.
All right, Kesty, thanks so much. The Thunder have won 10 straight. As Kesty earlier mentioned, against the Grizzlies, OKC's average margin of victory during this streak is a +20. Only 2 of the wins have come by single digits. We are coming to you from the Grainger Studios. Coming up next on NBA Countdown, we'll spotlight the Wolves and Lakers. Dave McMenamin joins us with how he thinks LA will respond. You're listening to the NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
94.1 FM.
My name is John Clay Wolf. I'm the founder of GiveMeTheVin.com. Every month, for the next 10 months, everyone that sells us their car to GiveMeTheVin.com will get put in a drawing for a $25,000 winner. We're going to pull one of you out of a hat, and somebody's going to win $25 grand. So we're paying more, and you might win $25 grand. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyer for nothing.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Join us for San Antonio's premier Fiesta event, Taste of the Northside, presented by H-E-B, Thursday, May 1st at 6. Experience gourmet food and wine tastings, sip on elevated spirits and cold brews, and enjoy live entertainment at our new location, The Rock at La Cantera. All proceeds benefit Brighton Center, serving children with disabilities and developmental delays in San Antonio. Limited all-inclusive tickets are $300 in advance and can be purchased at tasteofthenorthside.org. Viva Fiesta!
When it comes to vaccines, it's important to get the facts. The City of San Antonio Metropolitan Health District understands that keeping your child safe is your top priority. Vaccines are safe and can help your child's immune system fight harmful germs. They protect against serious diseases and can even save lives. Because when it comes to your child's health, it's time to get real about vaccines and get the facts. Learn more at sa.gov/health. sa.gov/health.
Hey, listen up, San Antonio. Multiple tours overseas, long nights monitoring cyber activity, years of protecting the country. It all adds up at University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn up to 90 credits for prior learning, military experience, and training. We call that credit where credit is due. Whether you're active duty and looking at what's next, or a veteran looking for something new, our degrees and certificate programs teach the application of emerging technologies and enduring life skills. So get started on a degree or certificate with personalized local support services and online and hybrid courses right here in San Antonio. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee through May 30th. Visit UMGC at San Antonio or umgc.edu/SATX.
Made in America, highest quality. That's Kinetico Quality Water Softeners. There's a reason Dave Ramsey says a Kinetico is a wise investment for your home.
Trust me, Kinetico water systems are the best of the best. I personally have one in my home. All those other water softener systems out there are junk in comparison. Kinetico uses less water and runs on kinetic energy.
So there's no computer to break, fewer moving parts, and it works only when you need it.
It was even voted most efficient water softener in the world by the Water Quality Association.
For a limited time, receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink, $400 off with trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit. Call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE.
Check them out at KineticoSA.com and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
License number 38961.
KineticoSA.com. Ever feel like everything in life is moving at hyperspeed? Slow things down with the all-new Nissan Murano, an unapologetic refuge amidst the daily hustle and bustle. Re-energize with massaging leather-appointed seats to melt away the tension of a busy day. Escape into your favorite music with a Bose premium sound system, or set the vibe with ambient mood lighting. Because sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Check out the all-new Nissan Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof, ambient lighting, and massaging leather-appointed seats are optional features.
Turn on ESPN.
You're listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Gym basketball back on NBA Countdown, taking you to tip for the Grizzlies and Thunder. Game 2 from Oklahoma City. We are coming to you from the Granger Studios. A note from the NBA, Peyton Pritchard, the only player in the league to score more than 1,000 points in games he didn't start. Set the league record for three-pointers made by a backup, won the Sixth Man of the Year honor. It's the 5th time the Celtics had a player claim that award. SGA Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the 3rd different player in Oklahoma City franchise history to win the scoring title. All have done so since the team moved to OKC in 2008, joining Kevin Durant 4 times and Russell Westbrook twice. The only other teams with that many different scoring title winners, the Warriors 6, the Lakers 4, and the Sixers 3.
Edwards, wing right 3, good on the power play. And Edwards flexes back at Gabe Vincent. It's 85-58 Minnesota here in Los Angeles. Edwards, left angle 3 is down. Los Angeles has an ant problem, and it's 104-88. This is now a final in Game 1. Minnesota wins Game 1 on the road, 117-95 over the Los Angeles Lakers.
Atmosphere like this is it's easy. It's easy for me, man. I've played in Denver, man. Denver is a tough place to play in on the road, so I mean, it was nothing.
Yes, Sean Kelly, the Lakers certainly need an exterminator, if you will, for Game 2. It's the 100th game they've hosted all time in the playoffs, and tied for the worst loss, that 23-point setback of all those games in series openers. The Wolves made 21 three-pointers, set a new team playoff record. That was their golden moment of the week, brought to you by Robinhood. Get a 3% IRA match, only $5 per month. Minnesota has won all 3 of their best-of-7 series, went up 2-0. The Lakers 2-21 when trailing 0-2 in a best-of-7. That's how big tonight is. So let's bring in ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin. And Dave, after a lopsided Wolves win in the opener, what adjustments are you expecting LA to make in Game 2?
Well, one thing you got to look at, Jim, is the Wolves hit 9 corner three-pointers, many of them wide open. If you look at the analytics, their average distance of a Lakers defender on the Wolves shooter in Game 1 is about 8 feet away. And the 9 corner three-pointers is the second most in a playoff game in the last 12 years since, we have data kind of tracking those things. So you'd think the Lakers are going to be more cognizant of that. Dorian Finney-Smith said they need to run Naz Reid off the line, particularly he went 6 for 9 from 3 off the bench. And, this Wolves team is certainly tough. They're one of 4 teams in the league to rank in the top 10, both offensively and defensively. Then again, though, any team in the league, if they hit 21 threes, they're going to look like world beaters.
Meantime, Dave, LeBron James, first time 0 points, 0 assists in the opening quarter of a playoff game. Are you expecting him to imprint this game from the jump?
Yeah, I think I've seen him over the years certainly come out with a aggression type of adjustment, but not necessarily score. I don't think he will come into I need to score 30, I need to score 40 to get our team going. But certainly, the Lakers, they went to Luka early and often. They had a 7-point lead after the first quarter. So it's not like it was a bad plan, but it seemed when Luka lost a bit of steam in the second quarter, it took a little bit of extra time for Austin Reeves and LeBron to get going. So I anticipate a little more of an egalitarian approach in the first quarter overall.
How does L.A. counteract Minnesota's size?
I mean, I think you got to keep Jackson Hayes on the court. He only played about 9 minutes in game one. He's their only true seventh quarter on their roster. I mean, I don't think J.J. Redick all of a sudden go to Alex Len, who they picked up on the waiver wire, who barely played for the Lakers down the stretch. It's going to be, the idea that Jackson needs to earn the time out there. And certainly Luka becomes more dynamic offensively with a lob threat like Jackson Hayes out on the court, but he's actually got to throw some lobs to him, because otherwise then they will be able to trap Luka and leave Jackson in the dunker spot if they don't think it's actually going to be implemented. And that's, I think, kind of why JJ pulled him, because Jackson wasn't making an imprint on the game in the third quarter. They needed to do something when they fouled on 27. And Jared Vanderbilt had a nice little run there in the second half of the third quarter to at least make it respectable, make it a bit of a competitive game headed into the fourth quarter.
Along those lines, Luka scores 37, had just one assist. If you're watching that game, he made a host of passes leading to makeable shots. How much is this sharing the ball narrative about teammates converting those feeds?
I asked Luka about, whether him shooting so much early on could have gotten his teammates out of rhythm. He didn't appreciate me asking it. The reason I asked it was J.J. Redick suggested that, hey, maybe Austin Reeves didn't find a rhythm early on because Luka was, dominating the ball. Now, he said that's sufficient offense for them, but it's a team game, right? And so Lakers shooters went 1 for 8 in potential assist opportunities off of Doncic's passes. That's clearly, Doncic can't pass it to you and make the shot for you. So he needs his teammates to, do their part as well. But I think overall the Lakers need to be working the ball around the court a little bit more and making sure that a guy is getting the ball, when there's rhythm to it, and it's not just the end of the shot clock and they got to toss it up so there's not a shot clock violation.
Now, you just touched on this. Game one changed when Luka went to the bench in that second quarter, fueled a 38-20 second, and the Lakers never really got back in the game. Anthony Edwards had 22 points, left the game with a cramp. The Lakers make a run with him out. He immediately comes back, makes a few shots, stabilizes the game. How much does his teammates feed off Ant-Man being out there from a confidence standpoint?
Yeah, I was talking to some members of the Wolves coaching staff earlier on this series, and his coach just told me that he's been a willing passer out of blitzes this year, and he, maybe in the past he thought he could just be like a running back and turn the corner when you'd blitz them, but now he's trusting that pass, and it's giving his teammates confidence, and you see it when they are scoring from all angles. It's not just Ant and Julius Randle. You have McDaniels with a big game. You have Naz Reid with a big game. You have Nickeil Alexander-Walker being ready to contribute, Dante DiVincenzo being ready to contribute, and that spreads the defense out for the Lakers. It makes their job tougher for all of them when Ant plays that way.
He's ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin. Dave, we always appreciate the insight.
Anytime, Jim.
We are coming to you from the Granger Studios. Coming up next on NBA Countdown, we'll hear from Chet Holmgren, who sheds light on how he's acclimated after missing more than half the season. And Grizzlies coach Tuamas Isolo tells us how he expects his team to respond to the Game 1 blowout. This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on retirement contributions. A very handsome reward indeed. With Robinhood Gold, your annual IRA contributions are boosted by 3%. Plus, you also get 4% APY on your cash and non-retirement accounts. That's over 8 times the national savings average.
The perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% IRA boost on annual contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. Rates subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18th, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Postseason dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much